very much values its stakeholders. I hope that everyone is convinced of this. We very much rely on all of our stakeholders. They are present at all stages of the work of IPBES, from the very beginning when we scope topics, when we select topics, and where they can provide inputs and suggestions in that process, all the way to provided feedbacks when time comes to review assessments or other works of IPBES. And then, of course, importantly, at the end, when the assessments are completed and when it is time to amplify the IPBES key findings, to go to the communities, to help users own the outcomes of the assessment and apply it to their local circumstances. And so all of that is really relying on a much larger community than the experts of IPBES, and this is why this day is very, very important. And of course, thanks to our collective effort, awareness about biodiversity, I hope you will agree with me, is increasing. Of course, it is not enough and we need to continue to work hard, but we are already speaking much more about biodiversity around the world. It is in no small way thanks to our collective work here under the IPBES umbrella. Since all of those who speak now about biodiversity can rely on a very solid, robust set of knowledge, of reports, and they can speak with a single voice helped by that body of knowledge. So IPBES has produced over the past 10 years of its existence, 10 reports. As you can see here, it started in 2016 with the first report on pollination and on scenarios. Then in 2018 with a 4 regional assessment and the assessment on land degradation and restoration. And in 2019, the first landmark global assessment report of IPBES of biodiversity and ecosystem services. And last year, 2 additional reports on the diverse values of biodiversity and on the sustainable use of wild species. The work of IPBES is increasingly being used. It has in particular been fundamental to inform the global biodiversity framework approved by COP15. You can see how the work of IPBES, its conceptual framework, has inspired the actual structure of the global biodiversity framework, the 5 direct drivers, the nature's contributions to people, the various targets, including on values, for example. All of the work of IPBES is really percolating around the world, and in particular has contributed to this framework. But our work is now going to become even more instrumental in implementing this framework and in accompanying all those who have committed to implement it, starting with governments. And so that brings me to my next slide, which is the agenda of IPBES 10. Since at this plenary, among other things, governments are going to be invited to consider a decision from COP15 for new work from IPBES, together with other requests from governments and from others as well. So let's look at what is on the table of IPBES members and stakeholders for the week ahead. So among the agendas, item 2C is important this year because the plenary is electing a new bureau, 2 members per region, 5 members total, including a new chair. So that is very significant for IPBES. Against item 10 on assessing knowledge, the plenary is invited to approve a new report. That's always important for IPBES, of course, to have to add a new report to its body of knowledge. This year, it focuses on invasive alien species and their control, the 5th direct driver of biodiversity loss, which has never been assessed at this scale by such a significant group of people. Against item 10, IPBES is going to review the work of its 5 task forces. The objectives are objective 2 and 4 of the working program of IPBES. They are called building capacity, strengthening knowledge foundations, and supporting policy. And the respective task forces work on capacity building, they work on knowledge, on data. They also work on indigenous and local knowledge, implementing the approach that IPBES has developed over the years regarding indigenous and local knowledge system. They also work on policy support and on scenarios and models. So the plenary is going to look at the work plans for these task forces. It's also going to look at a revised structure moving forward for the second part of the work program up to 2030. And then finally, and that's what I was talking about before, item 10, requests, inputs, and suggestions. This is where the plenary is going to look at new topics for the remaining part of the work program of IPBES. So there is a proposal on the table which has been prepared by the Bureau and by the multidisciplinary expert panel of IPBES, which proposes this set of new topics, which includes doing a second global assessment of biodiversity and ecosystem services to be produced around 2028. The idea would be to be able, in particular, to assess progress against the various targets of the new global biodiversity framework. And it would fall roughly about 10 years after the first global assessment. The second proposal is a 2-year fast-track assessment on monitoring biodiversity and ecosystem services. Fast track because it would be produced over 2 years. That's as fast as IPBES can go when it says fast track. And here, the idea is to have a methodological assessment to really assist governments in particular to support monitoring efforts at the global level towards collecting the data necessary to inform the indicators of the framework in particular. There is a second fast-track assessment, which is proposed. It is about integrating biodiversity, spatial planning, and connectivity. It's a long title here. It is a very important topic as well. It's about, again, focusing on methods assisting governments and others with land use planification. And so it is targeted at all of the targets of the framework that are land-based. Target 1, of course, but also which is about biodiversity inclusive spatial planning, but also target 2 on restoration, 3 on conservation, 10, which deals with agriculture, with aquaculture and fisheries, and 12 on urban areas. And so the idea here is to help managing the complexity of synergies and trade-offs between different land uses and assessing the methods that exist to do so. And then the final proposal here would be to reserve a slot for work, possibly a fast-track assessment, focusing on biodiversity and climate change to be done towards the end of the cycle of the work program around closer to 2030. So that's really what is foreseen under item 10 and what is proposed in terms of the new topics to accompany governments and the community in implementing the biodiversity global framework, as well as other biodiversity priorities. So this closes my introduction here of the agenda. And I wish you a good IPBES Stakeholder Day, and thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Many thanks, Anne. I want to open the floor to a few questions, if anyone has, just for some specifications. Anne, you were amazingly clear. Is there a hand?
There will be time.
All right. In that case, all I have left to do is to thank you, Anne, for all this information on what's happening this week. Wish you and everyone here a very successful plenary. Thank you very much. And now after this introduction to the week, we enter one of the meat of the topic of this week, which is the invasive alien species report. I want to invite Professor Helen Roy, Annibal Pochard, and Peter Stout to the chair. Thank you. And I almost forgot my boss, so if I'm not there tomorrow, you know why. We also have Robert Spall, who will explain to us what's happening next after plenary. So Professors Helen Roy, Annibal Pochard, and Peter Stout are co-chairs of the Invasive Alien Species Assessment, and they will present to us how they have been working for several years to achieve this key report on the fifth driver of biodiversity loss, which will be discussed in detail throughout this week. So without further ado, and if we can just have our slides back up, I will hand the floor to Helen and the clicker as soon as we have slides. Yes, oh, sorry. Oh, I think you can. This is your beginning.
Thank you very much. It's with great pleasure that we're here through IPBES 10. We have been working together for more than 4 years on this assessment, and I will say it's been an absolute privilege for us all. And we're delighted to have this opportunity to provide you with an overview of the process that we have been through to reach this stage of presenting the invasive alien species assessment at IPBES 10. So it has been quite a long process that we have been through in coming to this place. So perhaps many of you will remember that back in 2014, the IPBES plenary approved the the initiation of the scoping document for the thematic assessment on invasive alien species and their control. Then in 2016, the IPBES plenary approved the scoping report for the thematic assessment of invasive alien species and their control. And then in 2018, at IPBES 6, the IPBES plenary approved the undertaking of this assessment following the 7th session of the plenary for consideration at this plenary. So in 2019, we heard from the global assessment recognition of invasive alien species as one of the 5 main drivers of biodiversity loss globally, alongside land and sea use change, direct exploitation of organisms, climate change, and pollution. And we began this thematic assessment in 2019. So in terms of the scope and scale of the assessment, we were given the brief through the scoping document to assess available knowledge on the status and trends of invasive alien species, the impacts on nature, nature's contributions to people, and good quality of life. We've looked at the major pathways and drivers affecting biological invasions, and we have comprehensively assessed management options, alongside looking at the effectiveness of current international, national, and subnational control measures and associated policy options. So we are incredibly excited to be here and presenting the work that we have been doing over this 4 years. And we are really hopeful that the findings of the invasive alien species assessment will support the formulation of better policies and management responses to prevent invasive alien species and their impacts. And we also hope that the synthesis of information and knowledge will contribute to achieving international targets on biological invasions, particularly target 6 of the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and also Sustainable Development Goal 15, target 15.8 of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development.
Okay, thank you, Helen. I'll briefly discuss the production of the assessment. Sorry, we're going. Okay, so this is the expert group of the IPBES thematic assessment on invasive alien species. The photo you see at the top is of the 3 of us standing in the Andes in a beautiful setting after we had met in Chile. So we are the 3 co-chairs. There were 86 nominated and selected experts involved in this project from 47 different countries. This encompassed all regions and multiple disciplines involved in biological invasions. 14 coordinating lead authors, 45 lead authors, and 12 fellows who often don't get the credit they deserve. They were fantastic and really helped us with this entire project. Nearly 200 contributing authors as well. And of course, we had 12 review editors, which were wonderful in terms of their contributions. And we have to stress this, that we were supported by not only the management committee, which did a wonderful job for us as well, but a technical support unit based on the Institute for Global Environmental Strategies, some of whom are sitting here today, our TSU, and we couldn't have done this without them. We couldn't even approached it without them. So I thank you so much. Too modest, but they should be up here. And that, of course, is a photograph of our first meeting, which took place in Japan in 2019, which we're all having trouble believing, I think, at this point. So to that point, this was developed over 4 years. We launched in May of 2019, had our first author meeting, and completed the first order draft of the chapters. We had a series of indigenous and local knowledge dialogue workshops. As you can see there, the second and third were in 2020, but there was a one in person that preceded that. And of course, much of this occurred during the COVID pandemic. So I think as co-chairs, we're especially grateful to all of our team and how they stuck it out through the pandemic without fail and switched to online meetings. And then when we went back to person-to-person meetings, of course, they were extra complicated because of that situation. So, but we survived, and here we are now. Second author meeting was towards the end of 2020. Another ILK workshop in January 2022. This had to take place online, unfortunately. And then, of course, we had our external reviews. The first external review took place in the third quarter of 2020. All sorts of fantastic comments, to which we were able to respond. The second external review in December 2021 to February 2022. And then a third author meeting, which took place, and an additional SPM workshop in October 2022. The SPM has been reviewed throughout, of course, and this is what we will take a look at starting tomorrow. So all of this leads up to SPM 10. Where am I still on? Okay. So in terms of the process itself, we looked at over 13,000 documents, which were reviewed in depth in 15 different languages, cross-chapter literature reviews on indigenous and local knowledge, and on scenarios and models. Various values and knowledge systems were considered, drawing on scientific and gray literature and information, again, from indigenous and local knowledge, which really benefited, and we really benefited incidentally from the workshops that we were able to hold. So in terms of engagement with IPLC, again, we had the 3 dialogue workshops, Montreal at the CBD Secretariat. Thank you to the CBD for hosting. We also had 1 online or 2 online. A call for contributions from indigenous people in local communities, and then collaboration within the expert team, as well as some contributing authors that contributed to the assessment itself. I'll turn over to Anibal.
Thank you, Peter.
Yeah.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah, thank you all for being here. It's a pleasure to be here. We were last year, and now we are in center stage, so it's quite different. But yeah, and so we had a very interesting week ahead. So I will just talk very briefly about the structure of the assessment. And so basically, the assessment is divided in 6 chapters. Each chapters include executive summaries, supplementary materials, and data management reports. We have been very careful how we had collected and synthesized the data, and this is all being reported. We also have a glossary, a very complete glossary for the assessment, where we include all the terms that are difficult or they are just in relation with biological invasions, but also we connect to the IPBES glossary, so the complete IPBES glossary. So we also had a summary, of course, for policymakers, and this is the main document that we will discuss during the week. The summary for policymakers and the chapters include confident terms. And you probably all know this, but I will just read it. So well established, so low quantity and quality of evidence and high level of agreements. Established but incomplete, low quantity and quality of evidence, high level of agreement. Unresolved, high quantity and quality of evidence, but low level of agreement. And inconclusive, low quantity and quality of evidence, low level of agreement. So basically, this is really important. So each of our statements is extremely based on just of the evidence that is reported on the chapters, and there is all the traceability in the SPN. So anybody can go back to the evidence. So that's very relevant for this type of assessment. In terms of the structures, this was the mandate from the scoping document. So we had 6 chapters. Basically, chapter 1, as you would expect, is an introduction to the term to the topic of biological invasions, and this assessment, the IPBES thematic assessment on invasive alien species under control. Chapter 2 is about trends and status of alien and invasive alien species. It has to do a lot with the data that we had collected and the current status, but also some views about the future trends. So, and basically, chapter 3 is about the drivers of biodiversity change that affect the process of biological invasions and specifically invasive alien species. And that compiles evidence from various resources in relationship to these drivers that are really producing the effects of increasing biological invasions. And chapter 4 is about impacts. That's the short name we have. Impacts of biological invasions on nature contributions to people, and good quality of life. I think the important part here is that we consider these 3 elements in all our literature review, which was really extensive, really amazing work. I had to say, we are really amazing co-chairs by the work of all the chapters. So I'm not gonna praise each chapter separately, but a really amazing work. And we are really happy and confident that this is the best science and the best synthesis that we could ever done. No? So chapter 5 is about management and the challenges and opportunities in this arena, and the lessons learned. And we also provide some options in that regard. Finally, chapter 6, which is probably the one that is gonna bring most of the attention, because it's what we think are the options for policy and governance and for really tackling the issue of biological invasions. And yeah, so I think this is gonna be quite interesting for everybody to look at once this is launched. So with that, yeah, I get to Rob.
So thanks very much, Anibal. Good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure to see so many of our stakeholders with us today. And I just want to, again, on behalf of the stakeholder engagement team, thank our invasive alien species co-chairs for having spent some time with us this morning and given us some insights into the work that they've been busy with. What you've missed from this, and I'm sure it's what you've been hoping to hear, is where are the findings? Where are the policy options? Where are the details? And part of my role is to explain to you why you haven't heard findings, policy options, and details yet, and to unfortunately disappoint you a little bit if that's what you were really hoping to hear in this session. You may be aware of the fact that the IPBES process has a very specific set of steps that need to be followed. And one of those sets of steps is that the draft of the report remains a draft until our member states in the plenary session have considered it and adopted it and taken it on board as an IPBES product. Until that happens, we're not permitted to talk about the findings, the policy options, the specific evidence. And that's why for the last 6 months, my communications team and I have worked to try and help media organizations, stakeholder organizations, influencers understand the scope, the scale, and the significance of this assessment, because that's what we can talk about. We can talk about the approved scoping report that the plenary approved when it first decided to set out on this journey 4.5 years ago. And I'm very pleased to report that the level of interest and the level of anticipation in this report, not just from policymakers, although that has been very significant, but from media and from the general public has been relatively unprecedented for us. And I think part of the reason for that is something that I hope you felt when you walked into this venue this morning or yesterday if you came in yesterday, and that is a level of familiarity with the problem. You will have noticed the images around you, surrounded by images of invasive alien species. This is part of the branding that we've done for the venue this time round. And we've taken a very conscious decision to make it a bit of a different type of branding this year from the branding we've used in the past, because this year's invasive alien species report is something that most people have at least a degree of familiarity with in their own lives. These are what we call doorstep problems for many people. They know about it in their communities. They're familiar with at least 1 or 2 species in their countries, in their towns, even in their gardens, which they know are a problem, but perhaps don't know enough about. And that's why we have this unprecedented opportunity for communications around this report, to connect these very local impacts with the global roots of the problem. And that's what our amazing co-chairs and our coordinating lead authors and our lead authors have been doing for the last 4.5 years. They've been gathering the connections, the analysis, the insights between the things that we know are problems, but the big drivers of these, the big global drivers of not just biodiversity loss, but how those interact with invasive alien species. So long story short, as stakeholders, we hope you will join us as the Secretariat and the member states in helping to connect this very important report, the research from this report, to your local communities, because there is so much in this report that can be localized. It is one of those unusual IPBES reports in the sense that it has so much that is applicable to individuals and communities, not just governments and government stakeholders. So as our stakeholder organizations and our stakeholders here today, we wanted to ask for your assistance in, please, when this report is approved, and I'm going to talk about the timeline for that in a moment and how we're going to do outreach on that, but we would really appreciate you helping us to connect your local issues, your local communities, and your constituencies and their priorities with the work of this report. And without giving away any spoilers, because we do have a couple of media journalists who are with us as stakeholders, and I'm not allowed to talk about the findings, but I don't think I'm giving anything away when I say that our authors, our co-chairs particularly, but all of our authors have walked away from this 4.5-year process very positive, very optimistic about what can be done to address these issues. This is not a doom and gloom story. This is a story where we know there are tools, we know there are options, we know there are management pathways that can be chosen. And we're looking forward to getting that to everybody once the plenary has had a chance to consider it. So with those introductory comments, I'm going to talk a little bit about what has been happening and what will be happening for outreach about this important report. Those of you who've been part of our processes for a number of years will be familiar with the term primer. We realized very early in the IPBES process that if we were trying to talk about a report 6 months before the report was considered by the plenary, we had to know exactly what we were allowed to say. And that is what we call the information primer. The primer is usually released 3 to 4 months before the plenary session begins. And it is essentially a 4-page information briefing note based on the scoping document, the approved scoping document. And it talks about what are the chapters going to be talking about? What kinds of questions have the author team tried to answer? What types of issues have they been grappling with without giving away the findings, without giving away any of the policy options? But we do that to try and help journalists, media organizations, stakeholders, try and find in this report, even before it's published, the parts of the report that are going to speak most to their audiences, their constituencies, and their communities. And it's great because it gives people a chance to think about for months ahead of the process if they want to start writing blog posts or web posts or creating newsletters for their organizations internally, to try and promote the fact that this is coming and that people should be aware of it and that they should be looking forward to what it's going to say. So the primer is available and has been available for the last 3 months in all of the 6 UN languages, plus German and Japanese, because our very kind national platforms in Germany and in Japan translated the primer for us into their languages as well. And there is a link on the website to the website where that's available on the screen at the moment. In the pre-launch phase, when we're using these primers, the only people who can talk about the report, because we're very careful about what can and can't be said, are our spokespersons, which are the co-chairs that we have here, and our executive secretary, Anne, and occasionally me when there's nobody else available to talk about it. We only talk in this pre-launch phase about what you've just heard about now from the 3 co-chairs, the process, what it's covering, why it's important, and what it links to. And this perhaps is something that's useful for our stakeholder organizations. When you're talking to your constituencies about why our reports are so important, we try and link them in every report that we publish to the big global processes that are ongoing. So how does this report speak to the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework? How does it speak to the Sustainable Development Goals? How does it help not only governments and government stakeholders, but all stakeholders to look at implementation of some of these big processes? And there, I think, is another good opportunity to link local impacts to some of these really big global processes and global routes as well. Then we get to where we are now, which is the plenary session. And I'm sure you know the annotated agenda by heart, but just to remind you, from the start tomorrow on Monday and the beginning of Working Group 1, there will be a dedicated discussion amongst our member states about the summary for policymakers of this report. We anticipate that by next Saturday, which is the closing of the plenary, the report will be hopefully adopted by our member states as an official IPBES product. From that point, obviously up until that point, it's a closed intergovernmental session. Once the gavel goes down next Saturday and everybody's celebrating and the champagne corks are popping, the comms team will start working rather feverishly to issue the materials that have been approved under what we call an embargo. So we will, from about lunchtime, maybe a little bit after lunchtime next Saturday, which is the 2nd of September, we will send to journalists around the world who have agreed to respect our embargo a media release, a summary for policymakers that will have been approved, some B-roll material, which is basically photos and video material, and some quotes from our UN partners about the launch. We also send that material to some of our stakeholder organizations who have pre-accredited and agreed to abide by that embargo as well. What do we mean by an embargo? An embargo is essentially you promise not to in any way publish or share that material until a certain time and date. And the time and date of the embargo is always the moment that we start the media launch of any of these reports. And for us, the media launch will be 2 p.m. It'll start at 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time on Monday, the 4th of September. So between the gavel going down, hopefully in the morning on Saturday, to the 4th of September at 2 p.m. is what we call the embargo period. And during that period, we are able to offer the co-chairs and some of our coordinating lead authors for some embargoed media interviews under embargo ahead of time. But most of the launch and most of the media outreach happens at the launch itself, which is on the Monday. We also have a very comprehensive social media package that we always make available. And there is what we call a Trello board available already with some of these materials, not with the findings, already available. If anybody has any further questions about this, I'm happy to answer them later. You can also email us on media@ipbes.net. What do we do after the launch? Well, as soon as we've had the launch, everybody who's been involved in the process becomes a spokesperson, including all of you as our stakeholders. We hope you will, after that launch, become our outreach experts about this assessment and take to your constituencies, your countries, your communities, the messages of this report. We would urge you to consider hosting or mobilizing what we call uptake events after the launch. Now, what is an uptake event? An uptake event is any opportunity that you can find for us where we can connect one of the hundreds of authors of this report to an event that you are going to be hosting, whether that's a workshop, a multi-day seminar, a summit, a side event. We have some of the world's best experts who want to talk about this subject to your constituencies. So if you find opportunities for us, these are what we call uptake events, please reach out to us, again, media@ipbes.net, and we will try and link you to either virtually some of the experts or potentially, if they're in your country, possibly coming to the events that you're hosting as well. And we hope to continue this uptake and outreach through 2023 and well beyond as well. And those are the times where we give our experts a really good opportunity to localize the findings for your specific audiences. You can also email stakeholders@ipbes.net if you're trying to arrange an uptake event and you need some assistance. We will also then, in the post-launch period, be finalizing the summary for policymakers laid out version. The plenary will have approved the text of the not laid out version. We hope to launch the laid out summary for policymakers at the CBD Subster in Nairobi in October. And then there will obviously be a large amount of social media pushing post-launch. If you're involved and have social media channels, #InvasiveAlienSpecies, all one word. And then if you do issue anything on social media about the report, tag @IPBES, and we'll try and amplify what you put out as well. And then just a last word from my side about some of the work that we do. You might be familiar, if you've heard me speak at previous stakeholder days, with the impact tracking database that IPBES operates, what we call TRACK for short. This is a compilation of impact. Now, impact, and I could do a whole session on the difference between reach, uptake, and impact, but impact is specifically where you become aware of something that we have done, whether it's something we've published or something from our work program that has changed something for you, your constituency, your country, your region, your sub-region, etc. Is something that we've done responsible for a change in regulation, for a change in laws, for a change in investments, for the change or an establishment of a new organization or a new way of doing things? Has it led to new research or a new project? That is impact. And those are the kinds of things that this database aims to collate so that we can tell the stories about how we're making a difference and how the work of our experts is making a difference at every scale, in every country, and in every region. And it is entirely crowdsourced. We depend on you as our stakeholders to help populate that database as well. So that's it from my side on outreach, pre-launch, launch, and post-launch. And if there are any questions either to myself or to our co-chairs, I'm sure Amaris would be welcome to entertain them. Back to you, Amaris. Thank you.
Thank you all. Indeed, I would like anyone who has questions to just raise their hand. And when you get the floor, just please remember to introduce yourself and keep your questions to the point. I know it's Sunday morning, it's rough, but I'm sure there are so many things to discuss about this.
I think people are hoping for an early coffee break.
I know, they will still get it. You can still ask questions and get an early coffee break, don't worry.
How about if they don't ask questions, I ask them a question. Can I ask them a question?
Yeah, please.
Oh, we do have a question. There was a
Oh, we
question.
do. I'm
Someone
sorry,
raised
with the
their hand.
lights, I maybe missed someone. So please speak. Oh, yes, I see. Please go
Hi,
ahead.
hello. Wow, it's pretty loud. I'm behind here. Yeah, hello everyone. Hi, I'm Catherine Lee from China Biodiversity Conservation and Green Development Foundation. First of all, thank you very much for your introduction to the invasive species report. There's something that really caught my attention, which is the track impact database. I would like to know how NGOs, especially NGOs abroad, like CBC, GDF, can contribute to the track impact database as an NGO. Thank you.
May I take the question, Amaris?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Catherine, for your question. And in some ways, it's a sweetheart question because I think your organization has already contributed to the track database, or if not your organization, one of the organizations from China with a similar sounding name. So my apologies if it's not that exact organization. Track, as I mentioned, is entirely crowdsourced. What that means is we have on the website, if you have a look on the slide, ipbes.net/impact-tracking-view, that allows you to see the database and what's already in the database. If you leave off the -view, so if it's just impact-tracking, that's a submission portal. And that allows you as an organization or as an individual to share with us what you consider to be an impact of IPBES's work. And we've tried to make it as user-friendly as possible. There are a lot of drop-down options for you to choose from. So we ask you to tell us a little bit about the impact. We ask you to give us a link to some evidence, whether that's an online article or something you send us. We ask you to tell us a little bit about the scale of that impact. Is it a local or an individual impact? Is it a subnational level impact? Is it national? Is it regional or sub-regional? Is it global? We also ask you to try and identify which part of the IPBES work program specifically has had this impact for you, whether it's one of our assessment reports, whether it's our capacity building work, whether it's the work on policy support. And we review all of this. We get your submission, we look at it, it doesn't go straight into the track database immediately. And once we've had a chance just to check what you've sent us, we will either respond to you and ask for more information, or it gets published into the database. Currently, we have about 510 impacts that we've tracked, and it grows literally every week. And we really, as I say, depend on you to help us do that. And one of the things which I would like to also just point out about this, IPBES, to our knowledge, is the only of our comparator organizations that tries to do this kind of impact tracking, because you might know this if you've worked at all in impact tracking. It's one of the hardest things to do for a social development organization or for an international global organization, because trying to find what specifically caused something, when you've got so many variables, you've got lag time between an action and actually having an impact, it can get very difficult. So we ask you to give us evidence of at least something in writing that says, because IPBES did whatever, this happened. So we've got lots of examples like this. We've got examples in Ireland, where a national biodiversity emergency was declared on the basis by the Irish Parliament of the work that IPBES was doing in 2019 with the global assessment. We've got a personal impact where a grandfather and very concerned grandfather in New Zealand read about the 1 million species at risk of extinction and went on a hunger strike outside the New Zealand Parliament for almost 60 days, asking New Zealand to take greater action on these sorts of issues. Now, IPBES is not an advocacy organization. We don't specifically ask for this type of activity, but it is an impact. And this is, we can show globally, we can show regionally, we can show nationally. Private sector, one of the options in the drop-down menu is this a private sector impact? So you can filter when you're viewing these, you want to find out what sort of private sector impacts IPBES has had, you can go in and you can filter for private sector impact as well. So we believe it's a very powerful tool. It's not comprehensive, it's not statistically valid. It can't be, on the basis of there are too many languages for us to monitor in too many countries, but it helps us as communicators, and by us, I mean all of you as well, tell good stories about the work that IPBES has done and the impact that it's having. So you should be looking at it as a resource. If you want to talk to people about why the work that IPBES does has value or impact to anybody, this is a great resource for you to do exactly that. So hopefully it answers your question. All you've got to do is take that link and take off the -view and you reach the submission portal. Thank you, Amaris.
Thank you, Rob. I saw another question. Yes, please.
About this? Okay. Hello, good morning, and thank you for the presentations. My name is Henk van Liemt. I'm a member of an initiative in Germany, which we call Scientists for Future. We try to inform the public in Germany about the many changes that the world is going through, talk about sustainability, and I'm sure that biodiversity loss could be an issue as well. So my question is, what do we need to do to become one of these privileged people that get your assessment and the reports already on Saturday?
You would need to come and have a chat to me afterwards very specifically about that. We don't give it to everybody for the reason that we have a launch on Monday. There needs to be a compelling reason why it would be important for an organization to have it ahead of time for us to essentially risk an embargo break. Not that we don't trust everybody, we do, but the difference between 36 hours is usually only of great value to journalists specifically because they're working against deadlines for publication. And we can't, for obvious reasons, open it to everybody because then there'd be no point in having a launch on the Monday. So we're a bit careful and cautious, but it's for good reason. Our sister organization, the IPCC, which most of you are very familiar with, has had a long track record of problems with things being published before they're actually considered by the plenary, or once they've been published, or put out before an embargo is lifted. And we do have to keep a degree of control over that. But Henk, I'd be very happy to chat to you afterwards about that. And I am very familiar with Scientists for Future as well. It's one of the social media organizations that we engage with quite a bit on social media. So thank you.
Thank you, Rob. And another question in the front, and I see you in the back. We'll take you afterwards. Yes, please, ma'am.
Push this. Oh, good morning. Thank you very much. We're sitting at Canada, but we're not the official delegation. We're a newly registered observer organization coming over actually from the COPs where we've been for like forever. So it's fun to be here in this venue. I have a question. This is a fun one. We love the branding. We love the colors. Is there going to be at some point a web page with a quiz where we can identify all the different species? Because I'm looking at them wondering, is that an invasive earthworm? What is that particular snail? That would be so cool if you could arrange that.
Yeah, we also love the infographics, and yeah, it was a surprise, a very good surprise. So yeah, no, we can say that we will have a sort of a platform for educational purpose associated with the assessment, and we are very happy of doing that, and we have received the support because it's it's expensive to have all these things. And of course, yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe we could also add some.
But I want to know what all those different little animals are. Is that a North American gray squirrel?
So I'm really pleased you asked that question because you're actually preempting something that Amaris is going to talk about in a moment, I think. There is a quiz for this stakeholder group, which is coming up on exactly that issue that you've just asked. I think it's one of Amaris's slides for later in the afternoon. So keeping for people from disappearing, there is a quiz coming up. And if you want the inside hint, there's a poster at the information desk with the Latin names and the common names of each of them as well. So if you want to get a jump on the quiz, don't tell Amaris I told you that there's a crib note.
Yes, indeed. Stay tuned this afternoon. Make sure you come back after lunch. We'll have a little bit of fun. But yes, there are cheat sheets hidden around the venue. And thank you, Annabelle, for also the information about a possible long-term information. There was a question in the back also. Yes, ma'am, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Mangele Msweli. I come from South Africa, but I work for the African Wildlife Foundation. And apologies if my question is already covered in the report. I know South Africa does a lot of scientific publications on invasion biology. But of course, the same is not true for a lot of countries in Africa. So my question around recognizing that this is a global report, what are some of the steps the authors took to ensure that, it's representative of all regions, recognizing that in some countries you don't have a lot of the scientific data either being done, or maybe it's done, but it's not published in platforms where it's accessible. Thanks.
I'm going to let co-chair Helen Roy answer that one, if I may, Amaris.
Yeah, thank you for that really excellent and important question. And you would have seen from our presentation the number of references that we have accessed, the number of different languages, 15 different languages. And also our incredible expert team. I mean, they really have been amazing, and they are from all around the world. We've also reached out to contributing authors all around the world as well, who have added immeasurably to the evidence base for us. And as Peter described, we've been really fortunate to engage with Indigenous peoples and local communities, and I will say that the insights that have been added through that process have been absolutely outstanding. So we feel that the richness of information that we've captured and evidence within this report is really fantastic. Of course, there will still remain some gaps, and we highlight those throughout the assessment, and there is considerable amounts of detail on that. And we would be really delighted after the launch as an expert team to hear from all of you in terms of ways in which we can do better in the future as a community of experts to ensure that despite the amazing work that's already gone on, that we can really build on that and not having any sense of complacency. But it does give me the opportunity also to thank all of you in the room who have probably contributed over the 4 years as well. And, you know, when we've been out to review, we've had many comments and many suggestions for inclusion of information. And that has also added to the process. So we feel phenomenally fortunate to have been leading this assessment, working with the incredible IPBES Secretariat and our TSU to reach out as widely as we possibly could over that 4 years to gather as much information as we could possibly find. But thank you for that really important question.
Thanks so much, Helen. I'm going to add to that, if I may. It's a good opportunity, I think, to just help some of the new stakeholders who are new to our process as well. Really understand the importance of the open review periods that IPBES has during our assessment processes. So in any normal assessment that's not a fast track assessment, there are at least 2 rounds of open public review where the work that the authors have been working on for years is made available to people who are able to contribute to that work as knowledge holders. You don't have to be a scientist, you can be a practitioner, you can be someone who's familiar with an element of this work, and you're given the opportunity, as long as you sign a confidentiality agreement, to have a look at the current draft of the report and to give advice and to give feedback to the author team about literature that isn't included that perhaps should be included, or examples or evidence bases that haven't been brought in. And I think it's one of the great strengths of the process that IPBES has. It really is a degree of crowdsourcing this expertise, because even though you've got 80+ of the world's best experts in a field, they can't possibly have the information at their fingertips that all of you do, for instance, in your different networks and communities. So if anything, the best response to that question is during the open public review periods for any of our reports, we really encourage you as our stakeholders to be getting the word out to your networks, your associations, your knowledge holders, to be contributing to these reports, because the end product isn't just an end product of 86 scientists or 86 experts or 143 countries. It really is supposed to be an assessment process of all available knowledge, all best available knowledge that's out there. And that includes all different types of knowledge systems. You asked the question about the science, and certain countries from Southern Africa may not have as many scientific publications. Scientific publications are not the only source of information for the IPBES assessments. We are actively searching for information and evidence from other knowledge systems beyond the traditional sort of Western science type activities. And this is one of the reasons we pay so much attention and have placed so much value on the work of IPBES that Joji was talking about, trying to help us mobilize indigenous knowledge, in local knowledge, to try and build that into these assessment processes respectfully and acknowledging the value of that as well. So all of that is to answer your question to say, it's the best product that we were able to produce, but it may be that in the future, if your organization and other organizations that you can reach out to can make further contributions, those would be even stronger. And Helen's point about the knowledge gaps, our assessment reports are very specific about identifying what gaps in knowledge the author teams found. And truthfully, it's probably as important, if not more important, than some of the other substantive work in the assessment process, because it sets the agenda for research over the coming years to try and meet those gaps. So really one of the things that I think a lot of people don't do, but perhaps should do, is turn straight to the knowledge gaps section and try and work out what don't we yet know enough about, and what can we then contribute to in the years that are ahead of that. So hopefully that helps answer partly your question, but also give an opportunity to just talk a bit about the assessment process as well.
Thank you, Helen. Thank you, Rob. And I think Anne wants to add something to this.
Yeah, just a little bit more about exactly that point that Rob just mentioned on knowledge gaps. And so IPBES has a strategy to deal with knowledge gaps that has been mentioned already during the course of the production of the assessments. Experts are requested to note all of the gaps that they are encountering in terms of data, in terms of data sets, also in terms of knowledge. And that finds its way into the final product, the summary for policymakers. But the strategy then kicks in, which is that we, as at IPBES, have a task force and a technical support units, which is going to then use these knowledge gaps and engage with those that fund research, all of the research funding agencies, to draw their attention to those gaps that exist in science and in knowledge, so that then when they have their own calls where they distribute money to their respective communities, these communities are going to receive money to address the gaps that have been flagged by IPBES. And that's beautifully working in some regions. Like there are major calls, for example, at the level of the European community on our pollination assessment, just to name one as an example, where quite significant funds have been made available to the community to generate knowledge addressing the gaps that had been flagged by that first assessment, such as pollinators in some regions in Africa where data sets were seen to be limited, for example. And so this is, yes, this is how we deal with knowledge gaps in IPBES through those knowledge gaps dialogues with research funding agencies.
Thank you, Anne. I love it when one question starts a real conversation. Does anyone else have a question? No, I don't see any hands. Apologies if the lights stop me from seeing you. If so, just take the floor. Okay, I don't see any more questions. So now I can thank Helen, Annibal, Peter for taking the time in what is probably your busiest week of the year. We are excited to be so close to the possible adoption of the report this week after 4 long years of work from such an incredible team of people, experts, knowledge holders from around the globe. Thank you, Rob. Good luck on the launch. We'll follow closely the event on September 4th. I'm sure everyone has marked their calendar and we'll tune in. If I can, yes.
Can I take 1 minute to make an advert?
Yes.
Advertisement here. For those of you who are not familiar with the IPBES podcast, Nature Insight, Speed Dating with the Future, Season 3 of the IPBES podcast will begin with episode 1 of Season 3 this Tuesday will become available. If I could urge everybody who hasn't given an opportunity to listen to our IPBES podcast the chance to do so, it really, we believe, tells the stories behind science policy in a way that people perhaps who don't normally engage with science policy can identify with, can see value in. I'll give you a teaser, although I'm not supposed to be sort of doing spoilers. Episode 1, we talk to Dr. Shiva Devkota, who is a mycologist, a mushroom scientist from Nepal. Shiva talks to us about hiking up Mount Everest to discover new species of fungi, mushrooms, and how that relates to what we don't yet know about science and how that relates to policy. We move in the course of the season to a fantastic Antarctic expedition to a place where you don't usually associate with biodiversity and talking about the values of nature. We turn the spotlight on media and we talk to some journalists and find out how they report about biodiversity and some of the challenges that they face. It really is a chance to see the other side of the science and the evidence, which is the human stories, the human impact, and that as well. If you would like to find the IPBES podcast, you can just Google IPBES podcast and you will find it. You can also, if you are on our stakeholder list, expect to be getting an advert on the stakeholder email as well. And if you like what you hear, please subscribe, because obviously the more subscriptions we have, the more likely it is there'll be a season 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. And so be sure to tune in for season 3. We're very excited. So thank you all once again. And so this concludes our first segment, connecting with the IPBES 10 agenda and preparing ourselves for the week to come. We've done something unprecedented in international meetings. We're ahead of agenda. So thank you for coming on time this Sunday morning. That was absolutely lovely of you. As a reward, you get a longer coffee break, which you can use to mingle, connect among yourselves, learn from one another. I know there are so many fantastic stories each one of you have. There will be a coffee break on both sides of this room. Grab a cup, a snack. Please go see the posters outside. And after you've refueled, we will meet here at 11 for our next segment. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone. We hope you had a pleasant break. Please find a seat. Just a reminder, seating is free today. The signs are for the plenary tomorrow. So pick any available chair, come to the front. I'd love to actually see your faces because I can't really see the back. But please take a seat so we may begin. And just for your information, we are now live on Zoom. So welcome to the many online participants. We're sorry you couldn't be with us in person today, but we are so grateful that you are bringing IPBES stakeholder engagement all the way into your homes. Please note that your microphones will be muted, but the chat is open for you to discuss among yourselves and ask questions to the panelists, which will be relayed through someone in the room here. I encourage everyone to find a seat so we can begin with our next very exciting session. And we are now moving to the second segment of the day, showcasing how stakeholders effectively contribute and have contributed to the IPBES work program. And first of all, we are invited to consider the indigenous people and local communities' contributions to the implementation of the work program. Unfortunately, air travel has proven complicated for some of the initial speakers, so our lineup is a little bit modified, but I'm sure our new speakers will be just as brilliant. Welcome back, Joji, and welcome to all your co-speakers. I will hand the floor to you right away.
Thank you very much. And welcome to everyone to this panel, which will share experiences of participants from amongst indigenous peoples and local communities about how we have been contributing to the work of IPBES and how indigenous and local knowledge has been included in the various functions of the platform. On my part, I'd like to commend IPBES for its leading work and path-breaking work in terms of inclusion of indigenous and local knowledge and participation of indigenous peoples and local communities. And hopefully, the spirit of reciprocity of learning and enhancing our knowledge across knowledge systems and knowledge holders will continue. For this session, we have a very solid set of presenters who are grounded and very knowledgeable about indigenous and local knowledge in their communities, countries, and regions. I will present the speakers before each of their presentations. Unfortunately, the cancellation of various Lufthansa flights has delayed the arrival of some of our panelists listed in the updated program, particularly Polina Shulbeva and Lucy Molenke, but each of their topics will be ably covered by our IPBES members. I'd now like to present our first speaker, that is Onel Masardule. He's the Executive Director and Founder of Fundación para la Promoción de Conocimiento Indígena, FIPSI, in Panama, and he's been working for many years with the Guna people. He'll build on the draft report from Polina, who was supposed to be the speaker, but he will also speak from his experience. Onel, please.
Thank you very much for giving the floor on these important issues on IPBES then and to show where we are now. For today, we can sincerely say that the participatory mechanism for IPCS has expanded. Participation is not limited to the web platform. Indigenous people representative has been given a seat in the authority group for the thematic assessments. And we have organized meetings with indigenous people representative of various levels and thematic issues. It is important to note the holding of annual IPBES dialogue workshop with indigenous people and local community to review first and second order draft and identify key issues on the main chapter of different thematic assessments. The discussion as such meeting is very specific, so that the input of indigenous people and local community will be more effective and substantive. Contribution can also come in the form of great literature and stories. Participation in such dialogue has increased significantly with indigenous people from 7 geocultural regions: Asia, Arctic, Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean, Pacific, Russia, and North America. A very important practice in recent years in the organization of field trips as a part of the dialogue to indigenous community to see their contribution to the conservation of ecosystem service through traditional practice and collective action. Another important point for us is that any activity with indigenous people within IPBES always starts with the adoption of the free, prior, and informed consent of the EPIC document. Discussion of this main provision, harmonization, and only then the work starts. This is a very positive difference between IPBES and other processes, and we would like to recommend this practice to other UN mechanisms. Such dialogues with indigenous people provide capacity building, not only for indigenous people, but also for the scientific community, particularly in the area of engagement with indigenous people and knowledge holders. Indigenous people have also been included and participate in the ILKI task force. In this vein, we could process to enlarge these groups in the future to include representative indigenous people and local community from 7 regions: Africa, Arctic, Latin America, and Caribbean, Pacific, and North America, and Russia. Today, the recognized focal point for facilitating and coordinating indigenous people representative and IPBES in the International Indigenous Forum on Biodiversity Ecosystem Service, IPBES, and here we are now. Also within IPBES, we as indigenous people establish network for the centers of detention on indigenous and local knowledge. The network promotes the integrity and value of the knowledge of indigenous people and local community in science and policy. It was organized in 2016 during the 4th plenary meeting of the IPBES in Malaysia. All representatives actively participate in IPBES dialogue workshop and thematic discussion. Unfortunately, we still face some challenges and difficulties. There is not always language availability within or meeting, and not all IPBES publications are available in translation in major language. And the biggest challenge today is the lack of ability to financial support indigenous people to attend to IPBES sessions. And regard, we would like to recommend that decision we consider use the IPBES fund for the participants indigenous people from 7 geocultural regions, in line with the practice of the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. Sufficient resources will be allocated to meet our need and priority for participation and capacity building at local, national, international level. We would also like to thank UNESCO, the technical support unit of the IPBES Task Force and indigenous and local knowledge systems for their financial, technical, information and personal support to indigenous people to participate in different meetings, including today's meeting as well. Finally, we would like to propose a second round consultation on indigenous people participation mechanisms to analysis progress track indigenous people participation in different process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Onel, who has described how we have been engaging with the participatory processes and contributing to the IPBES work. Our next speaker is Florence Daguitan from the Philippines, in lieu of Gaturo Emburo. They work together in our working group on invasive alien species. Florence works with the Biodiversity Program of Tebteba Foundation and also with Partners for Indigenous Knowledge Philippines, 2 members of the Network of Centers of Distinction on ILK. She's an experienced researcher in community action research for many years. Florence, please.
Many thanks, Georgie. And many thanks for this opportunity to speak for the indigenous peoples and local communities in regards our contribution to IPBES work. And I'll speak, as Georgie said, on our work on engagement in invasive alien species assessment. Within the participatory mechanism in IPBES, usually the ILK dialogue, which we call it, we participated, but it was limited. It was not because because of the pandemic, but also we found in our group that we also lack the understanding and a better awareness and better understanding on the subject matter of invasive alien species. So responding to the need for more sharing, the Centers of Distinction organized a webinar for us to come together again and share our stories and experiences on invasive alien species. Some significant information shared during that time were many, but I would just like to highlight some significant findings. One, most of the invasive alien species were brought into our territories by external actors, and most of them are government institutions with well-meaning objectives, like to increase food and income. So that was the driving force for them to bring in. But then this became invasive in our territories, like the silkworm, which destroyed the forest in Yakutia territory in Russia, the golden apple snails, which became pests in the rice lands of Southeast Asia, and a new variety of citrus in the Cordillera Philippines that wiped out many varieties of traditional citrus there, and the pine trees in Thailand, and many more. Second, there were observations that plants introduced were even introduced prior to the 1970s and into the 70s. But this became more invasive, much more felt in the 1990s. So we raised the question of, are these because there are more degradation in the 1990s than 20 years ago? So we also have raised some questions that we need to delve into. Third, some invasive species were not directly introduced, but these are also species that shifted their habitats to the environment that they are not supposed to be. And so we also raised the question of, for example, the lionfish in the Yuguna Yala of Panama, and then the giant and million thread-like earthworms in the Cordillera. Is this shifting more related to climate change? So those are the questions that come to mind. Managing some of the IAS have proven that the complementation of both modern and traditional knowledge is much more effective, like vaccination and the traditional ways of preventing diseases. And then scientists working with communities in the Cordillera to see the life cycle and to identify what are the organisms interplaying with that invasive alien species. Fifth, experiences have shown that if managed effectively, these invasive species, yes, can realize the objective of increased food and income and contribute to tourism and additional fuel and others for well-being of community and people. Hence, some of our recommendations are for us IPLCs to be more vigilant in the exercise of our rights to free, prior, and informed consent, and our right to self-determination in regards introducing new species in our territories. And also for us, we hope also to the support of other groups for this fulfillment of that right to self-determination. Second, increase venues among governments, academia, other institutions, and indigenous peoples and local communities to create more awareness on the impacts of IAS towards active involvement in addressing the impacts. Third, link the discussion for future strategies not only to biodiversity loss, but also to other issues like climate change, and to take a holistic approach in addressing this problem. Fourth, to collaborate at all levels in different arenas of work towards the effective control and management of invasive species. In two areas where we are trying to do this, we are scientists and the academe and the Department of Agriculture are working together. In like example is the how to address the million thread-like worms in the rice land. And for the part of the communities, they are looking into what plants they know about their poisonous plants and what stage of the rice plant can this be effectively applied. But more importantly, to ensure effective and planned community action to address the situation. Lastly, we look forward to further discussion on this topic in IPBES 10 and how we can advance the work to address drivers of IAS and towards meaningful collaborative work towards effective management and control of invasive alien species. Thank you very much. And we have a product of our webinar. We have some for distribution, but limited copies. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Florence, for describing our work on invasive alien species and particularly your community work on this topic. Our next speaker is Rooney Feldheim. He currently works with the Arctic Environmental Unit of the Sami Council, having also served with the Arctic Indigenous Peoples Secretariat in the Sami Parliament. And he will be talking to us on sustainable use. Rooney, please.
Thank you, Georgie. The Sami Council has been heavily involved in the Arctic Council work for decades, and that's where we have developed a good experience in collaborating both with governments and with academia on various topics. We wanted to highlight some of the experiences that we have had in this work now that we are trying to get more involved and more engaged also in the IPBES endeavors. When it comes to sustainable use of the environment and natural resources, Indigenous peoples like the Sami people is one of the people that has constantly and through millennia harvested and used and lived off of our environment without necessarily creating the most fundamental traces of our existence. This is now coming back to haunt us because we are questioned how long we have been here, because we cannot find any trace of you, and we are not sort of the only thing that creates rights seems to be to build and maybe to some extent also destroy and change the natural environment. That is what creates rights. And that is a point of departure that has been a challenge for us when it comes to management of the now Siri is talking to me here, so sorry about that. So what we are trying to to do is create a meaningful dialogue on management that builds on the experience and the way of thinking that our culture is a strong bearer of. It comes to the management of species, both marine species and animals on land. We have had big discussions with academia and also governing structures about the management of our fisheries. Just a dialogue on what kind of various local stocks exist. Is there a potential for having a diverse management system? All of that has been part of our quest to continue our harvesting and sustainable use of our areas. We are also known as a pastoralist people. Pastoralists are sort of regarded as someone that can continue do what they do until the larger society finds out that they want to use the area for something else. That's a challenging point of departure too, because whenever there is a need for new land, they usually are found on pastoralists' land. And that creates a difficult and challenging dialogue. And also down to the simple things as grazing land assessments. We need a better dialogue between people with traditional knowledge that are out there 24/7, 365 almost, with their animals and may have a completely different view on the state of the grazing lands compared to the satellite images that are always used as a point of departure for managing the area. And also finding the balances between species. This is a delicate discussion that we always return to because if you start to protect one species, that affects the other species. And we have a very continuous discussion on predators that might affect the balance in our rivers and in our and also with our pastoralists. So just to conclude, this is a heavily academic group of dominated group of people. And we are trying to develop better rules for cooperation with academia in order to find ways to co-produce knowledge in the years ahead. And finding methodology that is respectful of our history. You have to bear in mind that we belong to peoples that have been among the most studied peoples on the globe, and so we are usually somewhat skeptical to academia because our history is not that necessarily that good when it comes to the dialogue between us and science. But we don't think there's bad will among academians and researchers. We just want to find ways to collaborate in a respectful manner. And I look forward to the days ahead and the dialogue that we will have with all of you on that, including one main issue that we are discussing right now is when these studies are done, who owns the data at the end of the day? Are the data just exported away from our areas and stored elsewhere for the more common good and depleting our societies even more? Or could we find solutions on how to manage that collectively and where we respect the self-determination and the ownership of indigenous peoples to our knowledge also? So we look forward to the dialogue and hope that we can find good ways forward, like IPBES is on a good way in that sense with the model of collaboration that we have here. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Rooney, from speaking from your own experience on this topic. Our next speaker is Yesenia Hernandez Marquez from Oaxaca in Mexico. She's been very actively contributing to various IPBES assessments, including conveying indigenous including covering an indigenous meeting for the values assessment in Mexico and serving as a focal point for ILK within the country's IPBES work. Yesenia, please.
Thank you, Georgie. Padiush, good morning in my language, the Zapotec. I'd like to thank to the organizers for having me here today and for and share with you some of the multiple thoughts of this critical and disruptive document, the values assessment. As you know, our methods and ways to live in harmony with the Mother Earth are based in our values and valuation methods and systems. Those values are critical for nature conservation, and for the good condition in our lands and territories are, as a global assessment from IPBES states. Therefore, to face the current biodiversity crisis, it's important to work with different values to leverage transformative change across different stakeholders and institutions. This is one of the messages of the values assessments. And unfortunately, our evaluation methods have been displaced or dominated by different value systems as the monetary, material valuation methods. Those methods promote nature degradation, conflicts, and indigenous rights violations. Therefore, the methodological values assessment is critical for us. And we were very interested in being part. Since the scoping document was approved, we were so excited to take part in this document and the building process. For example, we had 18 authors from IPLCs, and we participated in 3 dialogues, 2 in person and last one online. And one of the remarkable things is that in the process for the dialogues organized, we had a new way to work on the dialogues, going to an indigenous community in the South Mexico to live, to see in person how the community values are practiced. And we could exchange and be inspired by the organized, those local models of organizations models, rules, and how Capulalpan de Mendes, this is the community's name, work for live as nature. And support, of course, those kind of activities helps the local or support the local economy. And this assessment was sent a space to say many things and to be heard from indigenous peoples and local communities, and to have the voice to call the attention on our concerns of the nature valuation systems and give the voice to the people that have not been heard. As the assessment mentions, one of the ignored nature's values are those associated with indigenous peoples and local communities' worldviews, and the importance also of mentioning the collective decisions. We, the indigenous peoples, think in collective. The ILK participation and perspective was critical for this assessment because one of the tasks for the future is to continue exploring the different ways in how we, the IPLCs, evaluate nature and document this information to make it visible, because we have a lot of challenge. The past August 9, in the day of the International Indigenous Day, and this, a paper was launched, and the paper says or mentioned that almost 60% of the indigenous people's lands are under risk for industrial development and so on. And this assessment is critical to have a better understanding and how we can have improve our land planification with governments, with business sector, etc., and how we can produce and develop better environmental impact assessments and social impact assessments, of course. And we can bring in examples on inputs and how to intrinsic and relational values understanding could improve our relation with Mother Earth, and how to live with nature, or one of the dreams is live as nature, because we, the indigenous peoples, we had been adapting our life and producing and building our cultural expressions to live with as nature or with nature. And also the importance of the mention of the sociocultural value indicators, it's very important. Finally, I would like to invite you to think about the impact of this assessment at the local and national level. And for this task, it's very important the stakeholders' role to share, to spread, as I mentioned before, some plenaries ago, as the pollinators to promote all this important and remarkable work. Especially in one of the impacts now is how the values, different value system approach was included as a principle for the new global biodiversity framework. And I think the work with the understanding of different value systems is just starting. And we, as indigenous peoples in local communities, we hope, we look forward to continue working on that. And Still Shivu, that means thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Yesenia, and to all of the presenters. I hope we've kept to time, and we have sufficient time for questions and interaction with the participants of the Stakeholder Day.
Yes, indeed, there's plenty of time. Thank you all for these invaluable insights. Indeed, we will now open the floor to questions. Please raise your hand. I really can't see the very back, so raise up very high if you're in the back. Oh, there you are. Okay, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Gambus Kantongwe from Zambia. Chair, I've listened from the representations, and I want to agree on the presentations concerns the drivers of the spread of invasive species. That one of the reasons is the government policies on trying to improve the production of food in the countries. That, Chair, brings to me to start thinking that the way forward, we need to address some of these drivers. Probably the Secretariat must try to see how they can promote localizations of such a research. Because once that is done, it will increase consultations with the direct community who are involved in that particular ecosystems, and also even the level of the government on participation in trying to domesticate this report. And also, you may also realize that in the beginning, when there was a call for experts to apply, the number was very high, but because the space is very limited, there were only a few experts who were recruited. But if this is provided where localization or domestication of this report into specifically each country, you'll have a wider provisions of all experts to provide the valuable experiences and ideas. That alone, Chair, if it's done, you may realize that on implementation of this result, 50% would say we have implemented the research, the result of this research. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for the question. And while I'm very flattered with the comparison, I am not the IPBES chair. Today is Stakeholder Day. Questions today, if you could orient them to the speakers regarding their presentation, I think that would be wonderful. You'll have the entire week to discuss with the IPBES chair and the Bureau and all the members about these questions. Does anyone want to react still on this question? Yes, thank you, Georgie.
Yeah, thanks very much for that contribution, because what was great about the assessment on invasive alien species, it actually gave impetus for us to do this localization that you have talked about. And so we brought together members of our networks who were interested in this topic. And it actually created good community-based action research on what was happening in their lands and waters. And it is precisely that localization that also allowed them to identify actions both locally, but also in collaboration with further research and government bodies on what can be done on invasive alien species. I think what you propose is urgently needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions? I thought I saw a hand here. Yes.
Thank you very much. I am Lilian Chimpepo. I'm National Focal Point for Malawi. It's interesting to see how IPRC has been contributing in the work of IPBES. I was just wondering if you can share any challenges in terms of passing on indigenous knowledge from generation to generation, especially now with this high development in technology, the use of phones and the like, whether you have challenges encountered in your, as you contribute to the IPBES assessment report products. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who would like to answer to this question? Please.
Sorry to respond again. Last December at COP15, just before the official meeting, there was a meeting of our centers precisely on intergenerational transmission of knowledge. And what happened was that we have 16 experience papers of how this is being tackled at the community level. There are many challenges. One is, of course, our current educational systems have not included indigenous knowledge within the curriculum, and sometimes has created biases and discrimination against indigenous knowledge. However, there are now many countries that have included indigenous knowledge in the official curriculum. For example, in the Philippines, that is now a requirement under the Indigenous Peoples Education Program for early years to be taught in local languages, but also for the knowledge systems to be included in the curriculum, and among the teachers are the elders. So yes, there are different kinds of challenges in different places. One is the loss of language, the decline in the use of the language. But there are also language nests and other ways to ensure that language continuity and revitalization is happening. So I think we're going to release the results of that global workshop at the end of this year, probably at the meeting of the CBD on traditional knowledge. So if you give us our contacts, we'll make sure that you receive that publication. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more questions here at the front?
Dawn Baisley from York University in Toronto, Canada. First of all, I want to thank the panel for sharing your experiences. as Indigenous peoples. And I would like to pose a question to you. As some of you will definitely know, Canada has been going through a very painful reckoning with the way that governments have treated Indigenous people, Métis, First Nations, and Inuit. Currently, there is, and you mentioned, Madam Chair, the inclusion of Indigenous knowledge in school curriculum. So this is obviously one place where in order to build respect for and understanding of Indigenous values and knowledge, you need to get this into the schools from very early on. But I wondered whether I would just be interested in the panel's opinion about the way that Canada moved forward with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which was very much designed to bring forward, and of course, Runa is nodding, you'll know this from the Arctic Council. It was very much a political decision that was taken, and the calls to action, the 94 of them, I think it's 94, require universities and schools and individual people, non-Indigenous citizens of Canada, to come up with ways that they will address their lack of knowledge about the importance and impact of Indigenous ways of knowing. And, there's not many countries in the world that have gone that route. It is 8 years since 2015 that report came out. And I would like to, as an educator, say it is having a real impact. Is this something that you see other national governments undertaking? Maybe you could comment about Sweden and the Arctic, because I know it's that kind of approach is not really there in the political zeitgeist. But anyway, is that one way to escalate what needs to be done? Thank you.
The short answer is yes. I think we have all looked to Canada on the Truth and Reconciliation process, and actually in Norway, the Commission, the Norwegian side of the Sami area, concluded its report on the 1st of June this year. And that report was read out loud on live television. It took about 35 hours or something like that. But the follow-up is still out there, but it documents the same kind of issues that we have all over the globe. And a similar process is also going on in Sweden and Finland. Sweden has its own commission, and Finland also. One thing is to establish, I think at the end of the day, this is about trust, and it is about some kind, re-establishing some kind of fate control for all parties, that you sense that you can move on with confidence, that you are in control of your personal and collective identity and future. And that is tricky. It is difficult, but I trust that we can at least learn from each other and talk openly about these challenges and continue to address them. And I don't see any other way forward. We are just now creating new guidelines for collaboration between the Sami Council and academia in research projects, and trying to find practical ways to address the way forward. But it is difficult. We are all part of a global community that is in search of knowledge and ways to move forward. And so that's a short report from our side.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you very much, Georgie. With regard to the Canadian representative here, I can't speak, or I can say something. Each country is different. However, in Mexico, we have the Mexican intercultural education model with intercultural universities and schools, and we have a special models of for the transmission of traditional knowledge in the at the community level, and at the national policies. And one of the key points for indigenous peoples is the recognition of the rights, self-determination, free, prior, and informed consent. This is a way how the governments can show the goodwill to work with our brothers and sisters around the world. And with regard to the technology question, I think the modern technology and phones could help to revitalize and to transmit knowledge. In Mexico, we have applications to learn Mixtec or some indigenous languages, and the young people are using the phones to record elders, and especially with the the most endangered languages. So this is how we can, with indigenous peoples and local communities, can use the technology to revitalize or to save our language, culture, etc. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Runa, Yesenia. We have some questions online. We'll go to those to show them we're not forgetting them online. And then if we have time, there are some questions in the back. We've seen you.
So Andrew Lewis is asking, a few years ago, I met an Australian lady academic who was traveling to Sweden via UK to analyze the songs of the Sami people to elicit knowledge about climate change and biodiversity. He's asking, is there a standard set of methods for knowledge elicitation from indigenous songs globally to allow for a standard taxonomy?
Who wants to take this one?
A very good question. I mean, a lot of our knowledge has traditionally been transferred orally and both through stories and songs and we were just before we entered the stage here, I was sort of talking about the challenge we have when in managing data collected. And one of the big issues lately, the last couple of years, has been a huge archive of yoiks at the university in Tromsø, where actually there is no direct necessarily, it hasn't been direct Sami control over that archive, so that it has sort of been disputed how to get access to it, and even then find ways to analyze the material and then extract and maybe reuse and transfer on to the next generations the knowledge that is in there. But I guess it's a very compelling field where you just by analyzing also the language, the use of terms. I mean, many of you might know that we have over 300 terms for snow and snow conditions. I'm just amazed how a lot of academia has avoided in using that terminology. constructively. It would have been a more precise tool to describe a lot of the things that we observe. Similar situation we have in the Inuit languages, that we have to remember that these are precise tools for communicating situations and describing phenomena in those particular environments, and that goes globally. So we do have a knowledge loss when we have language loss, and that is a concern. And I think we should spend time on trying to address that too. That was a long, I don't know if it was an answer, but it was a comment at least.
Thank you for this answer. I'm really delighted to see that this session is generating a lot of conversation. Unfortunately, time is ticking, so we will take one more question from the back. And I'm sorry for the others, but I suggest that you take the opportunity of the long lunch break we have kept open for you to discuss with our panelists in a more informal setting. So there was someone at the back.
Thank you for giving me the time to ask. I'm forester by background. I know that as forester, we are bringing Pinus contorta, we are bringing eucalypt to many countries of the world, and we are causing trouble with it. When I learned forestry in university, I thought I had very good teachers. I learned a lot about good forest management. I still see the problems. I wonder, are there indigenous peoples-led communities, schools for good land management, not necessarily forest management, where other people can learn from? Simply that we share knowledge, not only from academic to non-academic, but also to train young people to do better jobs.
Thank you for that question. One of my earlier work with Tubtuba is to document the land use system of indigenous peoples. And it came out that it is, well, in short, the conclusion is that in that particular area in Ifugao, it's the indigenous territorial management that's managing all the territories from the mountain ridge to the river beds, is an ecosystem-based approach with strong culture and spiritual dimension. So all the things in the definition of ecosystems approach are there, but these are strengthened with culture and spirituality. On the transmission of knowledge, some of us in the Philippines, because as way back in the 80s, we have come to see that, yeah, because we are open in telling our common difficulties and challenges, that, yeah, the educational system alienates us from our culture, rather it westernized. There's a pull to the Western side. So there's an alienation of culture. So as early as that time, they have developed educational modules, and one from the South has been doing a lot on ancestral domain management. But in my experience, it's more in the elders taking it up to revitalize their governance system. But hopefully also because we are also sharing a lot of materials amongst the indigenous world network in the Philippines, so that we can put them into the curriculum. Yeah, thank you.
Actually, I wanted to ask Onel. Onel is a teacher. Maybe you can talk about the education, the experience of the Guna people in education work.
Okay, I try in English because my English very no good. Okay, my experience, my people, and about unused land, and my people and develop and different system and about unused land and dedicate. Example, my land, yes, my territory is and separate for conservation, for traditional use, and for spiritual use, and other and agricultural, yes, and production food, yeah, because my land is autonomy, yes, in Panama, and governance by its indigenous authority only, and the practice and very close the and use land, and very important is conservation, very important, and dedicate and land for spiritual and cultural use. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, all right. Please, yes, just.
Thank you very much. Very quickly. If I understood the question, I think it's important to recognize that with the indigenous peoples, local communities, we are the ancestral forest experts, biologists, and biotechnologists. I think it's time to recognize that. And now we need the different knowledge systems, dialogues, to co-build, to co-produce solutions and to the problems, the current biodiversity crisis, for instance. And my final message is that the IPBES or IPBES is opening the door to building one of the paths to work and how to work or to dialogue and to co-produce between different knowledge systems. And this is very important, and this is a very brave task. Stioshi, thank you.
Thank you, Yesenia. I think that's very encouraging words to end the session on. That's absolutely brilliant. So thank you, all 5 of you, for this session, and especially those of you who have jumped on stage at the last minute. We are very grateful that you could do this for us. So once again, thank you, everyone. And I myself will go out of the spotlight and leave you in Francisca's very capable hands for the next session.
Thank you again for the especially wide range of perspectives we've just heard from. Our next session continues to broaden our horizons and brings us stories of how IPBES outputs are taken up by stakeholders in the widest sense of the word. We will also hear what impact they are generating for biodiversity and ecosystem services. For this discussion, we welcome to the stage Adina Art, Project Manager at Biodiversity and Good Company Initiative. Yes, please come up to the stage. Lilian Chimpepo, Principal Environmental Officer and IPBES National Focal Point for Malawi, who is also joining us in person. And Eva Meyerhofer, the Head of the Environment Policy Unit at the European Investment Bank. Joining us online from Trinidad and Tobago is Lena Dempewo, Biodiversity Specialist at the Environmental Policy and Planning Division within the Ministry of Planning and Development. So please join me all on stage and oh, sorry, I just forgot to switch the slide. Okay. So, thank you for joining me on stage, and we are opening with Adina's talk.
Aha, you need to press a button. All right. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. It's a real pleasure. It's an honor. And yeah, I'm very excited to share some perspectives from the Biodiversity in Good Company initiative with you today. Maybe first of all, we are, let's say, the National Business and Biodiversity Platform in Germany. And fun fact, we were launched at COP9 in 2008, right here in Bonn, where we're also today. And after initial funding from the governmental side, we are now a membership-based organization. And as you can see, our members range quite a bit from in all shapes and sizes across sectors. And let's say overall, our aim is to contribute, our hope is to contribute to the conservation, but also to the sustainable use of biodiversity as, let's say, the baseline for any economic activity on this planet and for well-being. And in order to do that, we have a range of different activities going on. I'm just going to share some quick highlights, not to stretch the time too much. As for example, some different fact sheets, a handbook. We organize, for example, the National Business and Biodiversity Conference in Germany, a variety of different webinars for, like, let's say, internal, but also for external, open for the public. There is a business competition that we organize in order to highlight and share best practices on biodiversity and supply chains. And we facilitated the business commitment process in Germany leading up to COP15 just recently. Of course, our members also translate their membership into action in, let's say, their company premises, the supply chains, or let's say in their cafeterias, as you can see on one of the slides as well. One project that I wanted to highlight today is the so-called UBI project, just because I thought it might be interesting because it's a multi-stakeholder partnership project. And as you can see, there are the government perspective involved in terms of our ministry in Germany, some environmental organizations, but also, and that might be interesting, it tries to target business associations as potential multipliers to reach down to their membership businesses. It's a governmentally funded project, and these are our members and partners. And maybe just to highlight two activities here, and something that might be interesting is that there are biodiversity checks being developed for different sectors, but also the initiative to work together with standard setting organizations in specific sectors and collaborate with them on implementing it. Now, coming to IPBES, I would really like to stress and highlight that the work of IPBES, from our point of view, is extremely valuable, very relevant, and that our organization also collaborates with the national IPBES organization, let's call it that way maybe, and that we're part and very happy to be part of the advisory panel for giving advice on the selection of experts as well. Now, I quickly wanted to share our perspectives maybe on two IPBES products. The first being the International Global Assessment from 2019, where, first of all, I think it's fair to say that this was really a wake-up call assessment, and that was amazing, and it has received attention by some stakeholders in the business community, and it has raised awareness. And for example, in our work, we use quite a bit from this assessment as well in our communication, many of the figures, this 1 out of 8 million species figure as well. At the same time, I think it's also fair to say and to realize that these products are very, very high level, right? And it's very difficult for businesses to say, well, how do I operationalize that in my everyday work? And I think that is also why we are extremely excited about this upcoming business and biodiversity assessment. And overall, I think we would have, and that would be my last comment, we would have 3 hopes for this assessment. The first one being that at the moment, it's like this, that all this knowledge on business and biodiversity seems to be quite scattered. So it would be amazing to see how all of this different knowledge would be put together by this assessment and just to find it somewhere, specifically there compiled, right? And the second one is that it would be wonderful if this assessment would be relevant and tangible and somewhat applicable to businesses. And that also leading to the third hope, which is, this 2019 assessment was a blow. And it would be amazing if we had the same for the business and biodiversity assessment as well, to really get the attention of businesses, have this momentum, and then this momentum translating into further action. And with that, I would like to thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Adina. And we are next going to hear from Lena Dempewolf, who is joining us remotely today. Lena, I believe we can all hear you now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Hi, everybody, and good morning. I'm so sorry I couldn't be there in person, and thank you so much for facilitating me to participate online. So I'm just going to be very brief, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we've been doing in Trinidad and Tobago with regards to the BestNet TT project. Slide, please. So just a little bit of background. This is where we're located. We are the southernmost Caribbean island. So just to give you an idea of where we are. Slide. And BestNet TT is a project that came about as a consequence of the 2018 pollinator trialogue that was facilitated by BestNet in the Dominican Republic. We have been using the assessment report on pollinators, pollination, and food production, and it has served as a baseline document for us to develop a project on pollination and pollinators. So our 3 main areas that we're looking at in our project are science, policy, and practice, and we have structured our project around these 3 areas to improve those. Next slide. So the IPBES assessment report on pollinators, pollination, food production was used as a guidance document for us to develop and execute the project in the first place. And the major challenges that we're facing on the island with respect to pollinators and pollination are mostly data deficiency. We don't know what we have and what we don't have, and that is the biggest issue. So it was difficult to take this assessment and try to publicize it and so on, because a lot of it does not speak to our circumstance, because we just don't have the data. There's generally a lack of public understanding and interest, and a lack of legal instruments that protect pollinators. And besides that, we have the usual issues that everybody else has, which is habitat degradation, fragmentation, pesticide use, and that sort of thing. Slide, please. Thank you. So I'm just going to share a few project highlights of what we've been doing. And I figured you might enjoy the visuals rather than seeing words on your screen. So this is from some of the activities. Slide, please. So first of all, I kind of wanted to talk about partnerships. Partnerships and forming partnerships between other organizations has been the biggest thing to move us forward and get us a lot of buy-in. We've gone from nobody talking about pollination and pollinators to having our minister discuss this at various events, having organizations approach us to come and work with them, to do something with them. So we've generated quite a bit of activity, and most of it is through these partnerships that we form with other organizations. I don't think there's any organization left in the country that we haven't spoken to. Next slide. Right, so one of these partnerships was with Jeff SGP and the Trinidad and Tobago Field Naturalist Club, where we have been executing a bee survey. And the bee survey so far has turned up at least 5 species that have not previously been recorded in Trinidad and Tobago and counting. It's going to be significantly more. Next slide. And we have also started establishing a pollinator garden together with the University of the West Indies. Next slide. And we've also done the same in Tobago. So because we're a twin island state, everything we do on one island, we do on the other. So we have also started putting together a pollinator garden in the Scarborough Botanic Gardens. Next slide. And we've also had the opportunity to partner with Bioscan. That came through the bee survey, and we're partnering with the Israelite Nature Center, Brazil Secondary School, the Tobago House of Assembly, and Trinidad Cement Limited. And we are participating in Bioscan surveying additional insects as a consequence of this partnership. Next slide. The Tobago Apicultural Society has been a partner of ours for a long time. We've been doing lots of events with them, including what is shown here, which is a storytelling event for children, and a student symposium that we've done on World Bee Day this year. Next slide. Our second major thing that we've been focusing on is citizen science. So we have been encouraging everyone to use iNaturalist. And we've set up a project called Pollinators and Pests of Trinidad and Tobago, and we've encouraged people to use this. And this has been hugely successful in documenting species and relationships between pollinators and plants over time. And we're also going to use this to put this into a pollinator catalog that we have been developing. You can, next slide. I know there are 2 animations here, so this so you can watch the bees. Right. All right, next slide. Right, in terms of policy development, that's another major thing. Recently, we've received cabinet approval to join the organization Promote Pollinators, which is a very big step for us. And we have an upcoming theory of change workshop and with Promote Pollinators, and we're also developing a guidelines document for stingless beekeeping. Next slide. Right. Workshops, outreach, and educational materials have also been extremely useful. We have done a ton of workshops ranging from macro photography to get people to take better pictures of insects to put online, to stingless beekeeping and pollinator garden design and insect identification and that sort of thing. We have created school materials for teachers to use. We have attended 1 million events where we have talked about pollinators. Every time we get a request from organizations to do something, to show up somewhere, to talk somewhere, we do it. We have a newsletter. We will try our best on social media, and we've started out with a webinar series during COVID when we had no other option. And everything that we have generated online, we make available via our YouTube channel. Next slide. Right, so this is my very, very, very brief overview of the things that we've been doing. And basically, the idea was that the IPBES assessment was sort of the cornerstone of this and what started this entire thing, and what has been underlining and supporting our project. So thank you very much for listening to me, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. And next, we're going to hear from Malawi.
Hello, thank you. First of all, let me thank the organizers for this Stakeholder Day to give us an opportunity to share experiences from our countries on how we are using IPBES products and the impact of IPBES products on biodiversity conservation in our countries. Okay, to start with, let me just give a brief overview of Malawi. For those who have not been in Malawi, it's in the southern part of Africa. It's one of the countries which is landlocked. and it covers an area of 118,480 square kilometers. And 25% of this total area is underwater. The population for Malawi is about 18.6 million. This is according to the recent study by World Bank. And also as a country, we are agro-based. Our economy is agro-based. We depend on agriculture, and over 80% of the people depend on nature for their livelihood. So this actually pinpoints the importance of biodiversity and benefits that we get from biodiversity. This prompted us to join the National Ecosystem Assessment Project so that we can know what we have and the gaps that we have in terms of biodiversity knowledge available there. So Malawi, we are part of the other countries which are conducting the National Ecosystem Assessment. We launched our assessment in December 2020. And we are working at national level with Environmental Affairs Department as the policy holder for environment, and also providing policy direction, and Lilongwe University of Agriculture and Natural Resources as the implementer. At global level, we have UNEP WCMC, the NEA initiative, UNESCO supporting us in terms of engagement with local and indigenous knowledge holders. UNDP also is key in ensuring that the assessment is inclusive, involving all relevant stakeholders. So with in participatory approach, using different stakeholders, we were able to prioritize ecosystem types that we are focusing on in this assessment. So we have terrestrial ecosystem, the aquatic ecosystem, and also wetland ecosystem. So we separated the aquatic ecosystem from wetland ecosystem using the LAMSA definition for wetlands. So those pictures are just giving the pictures of the ecosystem. The top one, the one with wildlife is for the terrestrial. The top one is showing the lake, part of Lake Malawi, which is a wetland, which is aquatic ecosystem, and where the elephant there, that's one of the wetland ecosystem in the country. So just like IPBES, we have actually been engaging a lot of stakeholders, and even the process for our assessment, we are following the IPBES methodology, where we are looking at the scoping report, developing the policy questions for each thematic area that we are focusing on, and also engaging various stakeholders. We started by developing the communication strategy. So our communication strategy is a living document which is being updated each time we have more new information coming in. So with various stakeholders, we have developed that strategy. You can see the picture with masks. That was in 2020 when COVID was at its peak. We were still working. And the next pictures that you are seeing, that's the trilogue meetings that we had. We engaged the policymakers, the scientists, and also the local communities to refine the policy questions that we are basing on in this assessment. We also have a picture down where we have communities. We went even to the communities, getting their views and the perspective in the assessment. So this is also an example where we're engaging local community, local knowledge holders. We had framing workshops, and these were also followed by the field visits. So we have 3 regions in Malawi: the northern, southern, and central. We sampled some few districts where we had to have the framing workshop so that the communities can also contribute. We prepared some guiding questions, which the communities, we know they are the holders of the natural resources, the custodians of the natural resources in their communities. We actually wanted to find out the status of biodiversity in their areas, the trends of biodiversity, and also looking at the best practices that they are using from their ancestors in managing biodiversity. So we had a follow-up meeting on IROCO knowledge holders because the framing workshops that we had in the 3 regions, we noted that the elders, those who are real knowledge holders who have experience in managing biodiversity and ecosystems, were not present during the framing workshop some of them, because of the age, they can't travel to come to where the workshop were taking place. So we visited them in their own communities. So you can see the pictures there just showing some of the areas that we went. And some of these areas are also our case study areas for indigenous and local knowledge. So the first one, the picture where there's a lot of sand there, that's an aquatic ecosystem where people from along the lake shore, we are actually sharing the information on how they manage their fish resources and also the ecosystem, the aquatic ecosystem. The one in the middle is a terrestrial case study site where communities conserve their forests because they use them for their cultural services. It's like a shrine where they actually worship their ancestors. Similarly, the one to the far end. So those are some of the case study sites for ILK that we are going to incorporate in our national ecosystem assessment.
I'm really sorry for interrupting, but it's very insightful, but we please need to keep time in mind.
Thank you.
So if we could slightly speed up, would appreciate
Thank you.
it.
So the product of IPBES, we have been using that for creating awareness. So while we're doing we are commemorating the Biodiversity Day, we take some of the key messages from IPBES to create awareness. So we use that for awareness creation. So that is part of the messages from the IPBES. In terms of governance structure, we have protected areas which government do govern, protect, and we also have co-management where government manage the protected areas with the communities. At village level, we have village forest areas where the community is using their local knowledge also, and also the bylaws which they develop also governs with the traditional leaders. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. No. Thank you very much. And we're now hearing from our final speaker for this session, Eva Meyer-Hofer.
Thank you. And I'll try to be brief. 5 minutes is a real challenge. So here we go. So since COP26, I think one of the cornerstone IPBES assessment, it was a joint IPBES IPCC assessment, was to highlight the links between biodiversity and climate change and the nexus between climate change and biodiversity. And what it triggered was that nature was no longer in the fringes of the development agenda, and it became, the heart of the agenda. It also triggered the fact that the multilateral development banks, of which European Investment Bank is part of that family, set out a joint statement on nature, people, and planet. And what does it do? It means that it created this momentum for a term that is actually quite disruptive, which is nature positive. And what it does is it forces institutions, not only financial institutions, but also national governments, to think differently about our place in the world system and in the financial system. It becomes also the foundation for good governance, long-term stable societies and healthy economies. And we have to shift our financing models to one that is based more on resilience, recirculation and regeneration, and not on destruction and pollution. But this transformative change is a real challenge, and it cannot be done unless we have the right assessments in place. So a couple of other assessments that have been informing that journey itself are also the transformative change assessments and the upcoming nexus assessments between the different sectors. And I'll go into that in a little more detail. What we heard in the previous panel was the whole notion of data. And indeed, we need to start investing in data analytics. And understanding and measuring the value of nature is fundamental. Otherwise, we cannot undergo this transformative change. And it is essential that nature is captured not only in public, but also increasingly on private sector balance sheets, so that the right decisions are being made. And for financial institutions, this is absolutely critical. So we need to develop those data, those tools to allow for measuring the contributions of this natural capital, if you will, to the economy, and consider them also for policy decisions. So we need to understand their value proposition, understand the benefits. As financial institutions, we traditionally finance infrastructure, and that's what we do. And so we need to move beyond conservation alone and focus, which was the focus of the Global Biodiversity Framework, but that was the 30% land and sea stretch. And we don't want having pockets of biodiversity. We need to mainstream financing of nature across all sectors. And this is our entry point. Nature in itself is not our entry point for financing. Financing is the development agenda. So looking at all those different sectors and prioritize nature within those sectors and across all development aspects. And that means bringing all, societies, all the different communities that are affected by that financing. And I think we heard a lot on the role of indigenous communities and indigenous peoples, in particular, as custodians of that nature. So how do we inform our shareholders in what are the right priorities, and how do we use those entry points for financing really sectors that are not only degrading our environment, but actually contributing to increased resilience and nature protection? And this is where we see the Nexus assessment reports absolutely critical. I do agree with Adina, the global report on the values of ecosystem services is one aspect that is important in terms of developing the methodologies around valuation, but showing and really anchoring those nexus between health, water, and other development sectors is of critical importance. And that will enable multilateral development banks to actually scale up their financing. This was a key point that was raised in terms of at COP15, but it's also not about the quantity of finance. And again, this is where those IPBES reports are important. It's about the quality of the finance and the access to finance. And we need to, for example, reduce the fragmentation, making sure that finance goes where it is most needed. So investing in data analytics, supporting indigenous communities, building platform through which, for example, indigenous communities can come and have direct access to that financing given their role as custodians of nature, identifying trusted intermediaries who can support them. But the challenges still remain, and that's what we are hoping out of the new business and biodiversity assessment is addressing the challenge of the fact that nature is has a public good dimension. And so, and as a result, financing nature is subject to a range of specific market failures and barriers, including shortfalls due to lack of data, benefits, on the benefits and the trade-offs of financing. We have competing agendas very often, or competing objectives. We need also addressing skills and expertise, and I think that was also raised in the previous panel in terms of education, making sure that these are incorporated into education curriculum. Shortages and lack of awareness, so the stakeholder engagement is fundamental among the general public, and also what we see more often is a failure to coordinate amongst and across public agencies. And the long time frames. So what we all need is hopefully these assessments bring together all these elements in one place instead of fragmented different assessments, so that the finance sector can go, use those as their go-to assessments to inform their policies. Just one last point I'd like to make also, and it's something that I've tried to raise with our management in particular, is that nature is complex, but it is not complicated. It's the complexity that gives us the power to understand our risks. And I think that is the challenge also of these assessments, is that sometimes there is this inherent fear on the business and the finance sector that nature is so overly complicated that they cannot do anything. But it's not that. It's really just the complexity of which we hope that then the assessments will demystify, and that we will be able then to target our financing where it should go. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much.
Oh, and I never showed the slides.
Before I open the floor for our Q&A session, I'd like to actually start us off with a question that arose during our discussions of involving different stakeholders. So how, based on your experiences, how do you believe can the private sector be better involved in the work of IPBES? Please.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. I think something maybe to highlight before would be, before involving, I guess, businesses in IPBES, I think it's key to be aware that businesses in the first place need to be aware of biodiversity before being involved in an international intergovernmental panel. And I think, to put mildly, this is still work in progress, right? But it's getting easier with the legislation, especially coming up in the EU. Not easy, but easier. And the other thing that I would like to stress is maybe also to reflect on, okay, what specifically may be the goal? Whom do we want to involve? And something that I would like to highlight is, quite often when we think about businesses or the private sector, we think about these huge multinational corporations, right? But maybe something to reflect on also is that the private sector as such is very heterogeneous. It's very diverse. And for example, I think all over the world, it's 99% of all businesses are SMEs. What about them? How can they also become aware and involved in IPBES? And I think in the EU, it's 95% or something. So moving on to the question, really, how can they be involved? Maybe two thoughts on that. The first one being in terms of making maybe the work and the communication of IPBES a little more tangible for businesses, in the way that, what about, for example, the messaging, the communication tools, that they are tailored to the different sizes, to the different sectors. I'm sure that that could be an option. And regarding the business and biodiversity assessment, I was thinking, what about some, to have it really tangible? What about some infographics, boxes, really examples? And if we want let's say the summary for policymakers to speak to businesses, I was wondering to have something like, is it possible to have what would that be? SBM, summary for business makers, to use their language so that it really speaks to them. And lastly, regarding the engagement, for example, in fora like these, an SME, for example, they don't really have the capacity or time, so it might be worthwhile to think about inviting and engaging such networks and organizations that will act as multipliers. Yeah, that would be.
Thank you, Adina, for laying out so extensively. Does any one of the other panelists wish to respond? And I also have a question for our wonderful IT team. Would it be possible to see Lena? Do you wish to respond?
Very quickly, I think you need the business needs to understand the value proposition of biodiversity. I think biodiversity still is a term that we're still grappling with. We don't explain it very well. And I think that's why the nexus assessments are fundamental. If they understand that impacts, negative impacts, or the degradation, biodiversity loss, or ecosystem degradation impacts other aspects of their business. And I think what was absolutely critical for the financial sector are the assessments that were done by the Dutch central bank and the French central banks, where they clearly laid out that biodiversity loss and ecosystem degradation were a financial risk. At that point in time, I think you saw a shift within the financial sector that said, well, we need to do something. And it's those types of triggers that you then are able to build on and start raising awareness. Until such time, it still is something that is out there, but we don't know how to address, and we are not communicating effectively. Climate was easier because it's at your door and we are feeling it. And as long as it's not tangible, it's always more difficult to get, let's say, people to react. Even the individual citizen, when I'm trying to explain to my kids what I'm doing, still not very tangible to them.
Thank you very much for the insight so far. And do we have further questions from the audience? Please raise your hands and we will provide you with a microphone. I see. Oh, I can see back there. There are lots of questions. There in the back, please. Is there a microphone? Yes.
Hello, good morning. I'm speaking again for the online community. So Rocco Santoro is asking, thank you for the very outstanding presentation. A simple question. How does EIB Group conciliate the effort to back the IPBES assessment with the dramatic fact that 1,400 billion of US dollars were focused to fossil fuel subsidies among the G20? Thank you.
Well, can we just say that the EIB, with its Paris alignment framework that's been in place since 2020, we don't support and we don't finance fossil fuel projects, investments. What the G20 does, of course, so with the Paris alignment framework for our counterparties, we do look at the decarbonization pathway of our clients. That means that certain sectors can no longer be financed by the EIB, and all MDBs are putting in place a Paris alignment framework. So on the part of the MDBs, you will not see that financing. Now, what they do at national level, of course, the G20 is a different matter. So in setting up our Paris alignment frameworks, of course, the IPBES assessments were considered. The challenge now that we are facing actually is in other clients that still, that don't support the extraction of fossil fuels, but let's say some of our renewable energy clients or so, in that decarbonization pathway or transition, is that what we are seeing is that they don't always provide a soft landing for nature. And is how do you actually integrate nature into those decarbonization pathways? At the moment, they're very solely focused on mitigation, some adaptation or resilience, but you do not see that clear link between and double materiality between climate and nature. So we have a lot of investments, for example, in the renewable energy sector that are what I would not call nature positive. And this is a big challenge that we're facing right now. Also in the EU, with the critical, I see Rune nodding, but with the whole issue of critical raw materials, and renewable energy with Repower EU. For those of you who are more familiar with the EU context, we are going to see tensions between nature objectives and climate objectives.
So thank you very much. I believe we have more questions across the audience, and I'm not sure who started first, so I'll just move across the room, wherever the microphone is.
Just, excuse me.
Yeah.
Yes, I think Laura from the Secretariat could see me here. So Marcelo worked for GIZ, and I have a question in terms of challenges and opportunities the business and finance sector face related to due diligence legislations on forest and biodiversity conservation. What are challenges and also opportunities? And this is more directed to Biodiversity and Good Company and European Investment Bank, if possible, please.
I'm happy to start. So thank you so much for that question. There are obviously a number of challenges, but also opportunities in this regard. Regarding the challenges, I think for many businesses, one of the major challenge at the moment is that they see this legislation, let's say from the European Union's perspective, they see that there's legislation coming up, being implemented, coming up in the future. And what they struggle with is, first of all, knowledge. They still need more knowledge. And I would suggest, and the easiest step is to maybe also get involved in some networks, get involved with some experts really. And then the next challenge is definitely data. So if you got your head around how to set up reports and so on, there's the challenge of data, which is still very scarce. I think it's a challenge for almost everyone. I think that's why the monitoring framework is up on the agenda. And in terms of opportunities, well, as Eva has mentioned before, well, first of all, the lack of data should not be an excuse to not take action, because you can still take action. In the second part, I would like to stress that with this legislation coming up, the best thing you can do is get prepared right now. Start your work. Start, for example, with a materiality analysis for your business. How do you impact biodiversity? How does the loss of biodiversity impact your business? And with that, the business will soon need to realize where the opportunities lie. For example, what about your reputational risk? What about your supply chain risks? And that's also where opportunities lie in becoming more resilient and building up a better reputation, as for example, when you are a customer-oriented organization. Yeah, maybe Eva wants to add on more. Thank you.
Thank you, Adina. I think I'll come from it at a different perspective, taking a financing perspective. The challenges are the fact, as a multilateral development bank, in addition to, of course, the legislation, we do have our own standards, right? I mean, also financial institutions, whether they are equator banks or national promotional banks, will apply, for example, IFC Performance Standard 6. We have our own standards that are materially consistent with those of IFC and the World Bank and so forth. Legislation in itself, where you do have safeguard policies or requirements to restore or even to put in mitigation measures. A lot of the challenges there is also the issue of land rights, lack of space. So actually you would need additional land to be able to have the impact that you want in terms of restoration activities. So land rights that are not always in the control of the financial sector or the private sector. Governance also, because all of these activities would be long-term. So who then continues maintaining, let's say, those areas that have been regraded, or also or those or conservation areas that have been put in place. So you've got a governance issue, and that's not always clear. So those are some of the aspects that are challenging. The public good aspect that I mentioned, so financing those activities is not always a given, especially since as a financial institution, most financial institutions finance capital expenditure. So if you're looking at nature-based solutions, for example, most of the capital expenditure is quite low. The costs are in operational expenditure. So who actually finances the costs, those operational costs? And it's usually not the client that has been developing that. So it usually is handed over to whichever entity is supposed to, and often the budgets are not there. So I think there's also an underestimation of the costs of maintaining and financing nature. Usually, we talk about it should be about 5% of the project cost, but it's not always that. And lack of data. Data and valuation methodologies. In developing countries, when we're looking at a developing country context, often you've got competing, as I mentioned, competing objectives within also the whole aspect of SDGs. And that's why you need to look at your different entry points and making sure that valuation frameworks at national level. I think Malawi has done a fantastic job. I think the example in terms of a national ecosystems assessment is fundamental. Without those national ecosystem assessments, I don't think we can put in the right policies in place and set out the enabling conditions for the private sector and the financial institutions to come on board to support the whole agenda.
Well, I can see that we've generated quite some interest across the room, and I'm afraid I'm sorry, I can't see you very well in the light. I'm afraid we won't have the time for all the questions, but perhaps we could have one concluding question, and I'm sure our speakers will also be available during the break if you'd like to seek them out. So one more question in the back, please. Where is the microphone currently? Fantastic. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alice Hughes. I'm here under Future Earth, but I'm also a representative of IPBES, the Asia Pacific Biodiversity Observation Network, and I have a kind of double question. So firstly, you highlighted the need for data, and of course, within the post-2020 framework and the monitoring framework, that is a major gap. I was wondering if the investment banks here have any policies in place for data reporting and monitoring as a component part of loans or in any development projects. Because from my perspective, especially in the Asia Pacific and the Asian region, there is a huge opportunity for leveraging biodiversity data as a component of future development. And by better aligning those financial incentives and development, we have a way to do that, but we do need a better reporting structure for mobilization of biodiversity data associated with development. And in addition, it would be great to know if any of you have any policies around One Health, especially with regards to landscape management, as we are starting to realize that it is a huge component of risk assessment, but it doesn't seem to be feeding through more into the public purview or into development in the way that it needs to be if we're to prevent future pandemic and spillover risk. Thank you.
Well, we do have reporting requirements as part of our loans. The challenge that we face is that we have multitude of indicators that I don't think are as robust. So a lot of the work that is being done amongst the multilateral development banks is really looking at our impact measurement frameworks. making sure we have market relevant indicators in relation to biodiversity now, so that we have the right output indicators and the right impact indicators. Now, some of the work that we are doing, and we will be launching that at COP28, is also a finance tracking methodology. So the principles around a finance tracking methodology, so that, you know, against the same way as we report on climate finance, we will be soon able to be reporting on on biodiversity finance. However, that doesn't address the whole impact side of it. And the data. Now, what we don't have, and I know that in the lead was Agence Française de Développement, was, and this is not mandatory as yet as part of our loans, was making sure that the data that is generated through our loans goes into a global repository so that others have access to that data, because you're absolutely right. A lot of our projects do generate tremendous amount of data, which we sit on. We don't do anything with that data. And it doesn't go back to national governments for them to be able to also make the right decisions in terms of their policies. So this is something that is absolutely lacking, and especially from the private sector finance that we do, because a lot of them look at it as proprietary data and do not hand it over then to national governments or national agencies. And we do understand that some countries do have that in their legislation. I think Colombia is one where that data then goes back to the national agencies, but it's not systematic. And I think that's an area that we do need to work on collectively, but I don't have an answer on that. In terms of One Health, it's been, we are dabbling in and around it. It's not as yet, I think, as a result of the pandemic, we are seeing a lot more work done around it, but no policies so far have been developed. There's been pushback also at EU level on integrating health into, for example, the whole impact assessment process. And I think this is something that we need to all collectively work on. And I think the nexus assessment is something that will, I think, push and trigger, I think, a lot more work in the area of or development of policies around One Health. But we are still at the beginning of that journey.
Okay, thank you. Though not from the financing institution, as Malawi, we do now have a database for biodiversity data, and we are working on BioFin project, biodiversity and finance. And through this project, we are able now to work with financing institutions, making sure that we're in mainstreaming biodiversity in financing institutions, in areas like if somebody has to obtain a loan for any investment, there is a condition that they should take into consideration environmental management, so that the businesses should not have negative impacts on biodiversity, or should be able to mitigate some negative impact that their businesses or investment can have on biodiversity. In terms of the One Health policy, to my knowledge, we don't have the One Health policy in the country. However, we are working. We do participate at the country in biodiversity and health issues at global level as well as at national level. We make sure that we are mainstreaming, some of the impacts that we assess during a project environmental and social impact assessment includes health issues. So we are not, though we don't have the policy in place, but yet issues of health are taken care of during the impact assessments. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Lena, Eva, Lillian, and Adina. We've come to the end of this session, and I believe we have a much anticipated announcement from Amaris.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, everyone. I'm sure it comes as no surprise. Your stomachs are probably rumbling. Lunchtime has arrived. IUCN has kindly arranged some food for us. You will find it just outside the hall doors, so the hall door there and there. You are all welcome to Stakeholder Day, and we are very, very pleased that you were so many to come today. Please do keep in mind that our stakeholder partner IUCN has arranged catering based on the number of people who registered, but everyone still is welcome today. And we will be back at 2. Please use this time to also take a look at the stakeholder posters outside if you haven't already. Brush up on your knowledge on the 25 invasive alien species you've seen running around our screens and around the venue, because as Rob has leaked earlier, there will be a quiz. And we meet back here just before 2 o'clock for the afternoon sessions. Bon appétit, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I want to thank again IUCN for providing sustenance throughout the day for all IPBES stakeholders. Please take a seat. As said earlier, the signage is for tomorrow, so grab any available seat you wish. You may come to the front. And I also hope you've taken the opportunity to explore the many interaction and learning opportunities provided for you around this venue. The posters, the photo exhibit, your fellows, inspirational stories. I know there's a lot. And I sure hope you've spotted the cheat sheets on invasive alien species, because as you were warned, there will be a quiz. So you must have noticed the little critters roaming the halls and walls of the WCCB. And Now we see how well you know them. So, our first invasive alien species is native to the south central and southeastern United States and northern Mexico. Their names comes from the way they run away when startled. Do you know their name? Fabulous, the pond slider, indeed.
Our second invasive alien species of the day is a plant. It has buoyant stems to keep it afloat, and in ponds and lake waters, it is one of the fastest growing plant species known. Do you have any idea what it could be? Just shout it at us. Oh, probably yes, the water hyacinth. Great job over there. Okay, we're staying underwater, but we're moving to the, thank you, Indian Ocean and Western Pacific Ocean with our next contestant. They are fearless hunters of the deep, feeding on small fish and mollusks, which they hunt by blowing jets of water while approaching prey, which serves to confuse their food. Our invasive alien species fin rays are venomous, so it's best to keep away. Who are they? Any ideas? Just shout out. We'll hear you, hopefully. Okay, yes, we've heard some answers over there. It is indeed the lionfish.
Next up is this perennial shrub, which grows up to 2 meters in height and has red, yellow, white, pink, or orange flowers. You've got a choice. It was introduced into Europe from Brazil as an ornamental plant in the 17th century. Do you know its name? Oh, the people in the back got it. Indeed, lantana. Oh, font is off.
And finally, we conclude our quiz, with these small insects native to South America who know how to build rafts if rising waters surround them. They live in colonies that can vary from 100,000 to 250,000 individuals. So, anyone know the final species of today's quiz? Yes, possibly. Can we have the species in a little more detail? Yes, they are the red imported fire ant. So thank you for everyone. Congratulations to everyone. Thank you for participating.
Thank you so much for participating. The images you've seen up here all over the venue, even in the streets of Bonn, were drawn for IPBES by the illustrator Grand Barbu, and we want to shout out to him for his great illustrations today, which make this venue so incredible. And we also, before we begin our sessions, have a small request to ask of you. On the screen here and on the walls towards the exit of the room, you will find a QR code, which will take you to a very short online survey, which we'd love for you to fill in today. It will take less than 2 minutes of your time, and it will help the Stakeholder Day team project team ensure that we meet your expectations for what is a very unique day ahead of the plenary. So thank you in advance for all of your input, and let's make Stakeholder Day a wonderful day every year. And now we move back to our program with our sixth session, oh, that's a difficult one, our sixth session of the day, where we will hear more about the Global Biodiversity Framework and how it relates to IPBES work and conversely. So I would like to call to stage Marianela Araya from the CBD Secretariat. We have a slight change again of speaker here, unfortunately, due to travel issues. So I would like also to call Lakpa Nouri Sherpa from the Asian Indigenous Peoples Pact, who is also co-chair of the International Indigenous Forum on Biodiversity. Welcome. Piero Genovesi from the IUCN Invasive Species Specialist Group. And online, we have Natasha Ali from UNEP WCMC. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, Natasha. It's nice to see you despite the distance. So I will go ahead and give right away the floor to Marianella Araya from the CBD Secretariat, who will give us a little bit of an overview of the Global Biodiversity Framework and how it relates to IPBES's work.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much. We're checking to see. Oh, that will be perfect. Yeah, thank you.
Remove this, probably.
Yeah, probably. I think I can.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Right, so good afternoon once again, and thank you to IPBES for this invitation to speak about the Global Biodiversity Framework, and particularly today, the importance of the participation of stakeholders for the success of the framework. So let me start by sharing some information very briefly about the framework. I know you have been hearing some of our colleagues previously this morning mentioning the GBF, but the Global Biodiversity Framework pretty much is a response, is a global response to the alarming loss of biodiversity and the threats that it poses to human well-being and to nature. So basically, what happens is that it builds up from the previous strategic plan that we have at the convention, which was for the decade of 2011-2020 and the Aichi targets. And how it looks like pretty much is like this. This is just a summary of what the framework is about. As you can see, we use a lot of the information coming from IPBES for the analysis of the current situation that then eventually led to the development of the framework. So we took into account information from previous assessments on indirect drivers and direct drivers of biodiversity loss, and also considered that those drivers are leading us to the current situation where we have ecosystems degraded, species and genetic diversity loss, and also human well-being jeopardized. So the framework then comes as a response with 23 targets and 4 ambitious goals to be implemented. Some of them, the targets by 2030, and the goals a little bit later. So that means that we only have 7 years to really achieve the targets of the GBF, and that needs really a common approach where we all work together to do that. Important also to mention that when we talk about the targets, some of the targets actually consider tools and solutions. So they are trying to address tools and solutions that we need, and others are meant to address reducing the threats or meeting the needs of people. So some of the part of what I want to share with you here today is that perhaps when countries are going to implement the framework, they're going to focus on the targets, and rightly so. But apart from the targets, an integral part of the framework is that it has section C, which is about considerations for implementation. And that section is very important because it gives us a wake-up call on how we need to approach the implementation of the various targets of the framework. So one of the main points from section C is the call for a whole of government and whole of society approach for implementing the framework. And what that means is that we have realized that this is not something that every government should do on its own, or they cannot do only, with their governmental bodies. They need to do this in collaboration with the civil society, with academia, with indigenous peoples and local communities, with different experts, even with global organizations and international organizations. So this whole of government, whole of society approach is really a powerful message of the GBF to realize that we don't want to make the same mistakes that we made in the past. We don't want to work in silos. We really need the expertise of everyone to really make this a success in the next 7 years. And then there are other considerations for implementation. I'm not going to get into detail to all of them, but I want to remark as well the importance of science and scientific evidence and traditional knowledge and practices to be respected and taken into account for the implementation of this framework. So having said that, how can stakeholders engage with some of the processes that are currently ongoing for the implementation of the GBF? I'm going to mention briefly in a moment more about some of the processes within the CBD where you can engage, and those are the different meetings. But one
point that it's crucial and very simple to do is get engaged with your CVD focal points. Normally, when we have an open call to, for example, for different actions that are happening under the CVD, either calling for views or submission of information or your views on a particular document or to participate on workshops or different expert groups, those calls go to the focal point of the CVD. And the focal points share that information with relevant stakeholders. But the message I want to bring to you today is that you can also be proactive in reaching out to your focal points. Don't wait only for the call of the CVD focal point. You can also reach out to them. And one way for you to be alert or aware of what's happening and understand if some of those activities are of interest for you, it's to check the page on notifications of the CVD. We have this page on the CVD website where we post all the notifications that we issue to announce what are the current activities. So you will learn there about workshops, capacity building activities, webinars, expert groups, peer review, and so many other things that we will have. So just something that I wanted to mention. But let me go now into more detail of some of the meetings that we have and how you can engage there. As you can see, the CVD, of course, stakeholders can participate on the major meetings, which are the COP meeting and the meeting of the subsidiary bodies. So that is the SAPSTA and the SBI. But we also have technical expert groups, right? What we call the ATEX. And those technical expert groups always have room for stakeholders or observers, as we call it as well, for participation of them in this group. So countries nominate their experts, but also there is room for the Secretariat to select among a pool of observers to participate based on the different expertise on these technical groups. And that is that has always been very successful, the contribution of stakeholders in these kind of settings. We also have the peer review processes of documents that the COP has requested the CVD to peer review and consult more widely. So definitely when we are opening a peer review, it's because we want to have all the opinions that we can get. Webinars and capacity building training workshops and activities, those are sometimes pending on the availability of resources, but we often have these kind of activities and we welcome the participation of stakeholders as well. And finally, one of my personal favorite is the online forums because they facilitate the participation of so many stakeholders. You don't need to travel, you don't need to have a budget to go somewhere, you don't need to have authorization. You can do that remotely from your own home or work and actually have a meaningful contribution to the processes of the CVD and in this case to the GBF implementation. So I'm going to conclude very soon, but I just wanted to make the connection also with the work on invasive alien species. And as you have heard this morning, you know, the assessment is providing a lot of useful information for all of us. And definitely that information is going to be fundamental for the work on invasive alien species under the convention. So some of the potentials way that stakeholders can engage on the work on invasive alien species, considering that it has a very cross-cutting nature and that we need people with different expertises. It's as information providers, some of you are already working on publications or collecting data in your local communities or your local constituencies. And of course, that information could be useful. Citizen science, of course, is something that we hear also about with the B example from the previous section, how important it was. Development of documents and information of policies, development of technical guidance. One example is that currently under the CVD, the parties are considering advice that was produced by one of the technical expert groups. And that advice was recently peer reviewed, right? And we had an online forum also to collect more inputs to that process. So this is an example of how, and that was for invasive alien species. So this is an example of how you can do that. And of course, outreach and capacity building and much more. So this is, I know we need to keep it brief, so I'm gonna stop here and just thank you and just conclude with this remark from our UN Secretary General. Let us work together across governments, civil society and the private sector to secure a sustainable future for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marianela. Many thanks for this. So sadly, as mentioned earlier, Lucy Mulenkay couldn't be here today, but we are very honored to have someone who is able to replace her on such short notice. We're very thankful for that. I'd like to introduce Lakpa Nori Sherpa from the Asian Indigenous Peoples Pact, who is also a co-chair of the IIFB. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I would like to start by sharing International Indigenous Forum on Biodiversity is a global forum for indigenous peoples from all the 7 regions of the world. And that's the way we are organized at the international level to make sure that the voices and issues of indigenous peoples from all the regions are consolidated and put forward to the policymakers. And I think COP15 really saw the leadership of indigenous peoples in terms of influencing the outcome, what came out. Because if you really look back towards what was there in the previous biodiversity framework and what it is there in Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework is very, very different. That really shows the influence that IFB is making at the international level. And of course, that entailed a lot of preparations that we did. We're not there just at COP15 to participate, but then there are a lot of preparations, webinars and online meetings every week that IFB co-chairs and of course the members undertook to make sure that we go there prepared. And I think the preparatory work that IFB did is a very collective work that we did. And I can tell that the leadership of the IFB is also a collective that we always pursue beyond COP15. And to add to the IPBES Global Assessment Report, I had the opportunity to also be part of the meeting of the Global Assessment, which took place in Paris. And I think the findings that came out and the strong reference to indigenous peoples and their knowledge in that assessment was really instrumental. And I think it was not only NGOs and other actors, but then indigenous peoples who are actively utilizing that findings in many of the statements and reports to really influence the policymakers why indigenous people's rights, especially the customary land rights, is very key in terms of not only addressing the drivers of biodiversity, but then really effectively solving the issue of climate crisis. So that was very instrumental in terms of framing the rights of indigenous peoples as solutions to both the crisis of climate and biodiversity. Now, what are we doing? What is beyond COP15? And Asia Indigenous Peoples Pact is also a member of the IAFP. And I'd like to briefly update you all in terms of how we are thinking towards implementation of the GBF and what are the actions indigenous peoples are already leading. Because for us, the region that I come from, of course, we have said that GBF was historical. There are unprecedented references to the rights of indigenous peoples. There are references to the environmental human rights defenders. Now, the big question for us is, will all those references on the rights of indigenous peoples, defenders, and land rights will actually be reflected on the NBSAP revision? And even the bigger question would be, would the full and effective participation of indigenous peoples in the revision implementation and even the monitoring will be guaranteed? Because that is the gap where we have, because like AIPP did a very unprecedented analysis on how the Paris Agreement is being implemented. And our analysis really showed that actually indigenous peoples, indigenous women, indigenous youth, and indigenous persons with disability are almost invisible as rights holders, are invisible as partners. And we really don't want to happen that in the context of NBSAP as well. I think we have done one part of utilizing IPBES global assessment in terms of really influencing the international negotiation, but really the effort now all of us has to put is really influence the revision of the NBSAP. How can you truly make sure that NBSAP incorporates the point that you're making, whole of society, whole of government approach, and really putting indigenous peoples and local communities in the forefront, right? I think that is something that we need to really change. And in our region especially, we have translating the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity in the languages indigenous peoples would comprehend, because many of our communities members can't speak or read English. So there is also a responsibility that we have to undertake as indigenous peoples organizations to make sure that information is available in the languages that they understand, right? And at least for our region, as a network of indigenous peoples in the region, we're trying to bring the CBD and climate together. Because indigenous people's stories and leadership cannot be one for the climate and one for the CBD, right? So we're going to organize from this year our annual conference on climate change and biodiversity, putting indigenous people's rights in the center to make sure that indigenous peoples engaging in the climate and all indigenous peoples engaging in the CBD come together and discuss what should be our strategy to influence both the NBSAP and NDC. Because we don't have resources. Indigenous peoples, I mean, you know the research and findings of what has come out, right? Where is the financing for indigenous peoples? And with that limited resources that we have access to, we want to make sure that we have one common platform where we can discuss both CBD and climate, of course, putting human rights-based approach at the center of both discussions. Now, one of the other thing is also the engagement of indigenous peoples with the CBD focal point. And of course, in some of the cases, it's not even in different, it varies from country to country. In some countries, the participation and engagement is very strong. But in some countries, the engagement is very weak. So we have also been trying to utilize the CBD Secretariat. For example, they recently hosted an NBSAP dialogue in the Philippines, and they approached to the regional network, how can we make sure that indigenous people's voices are there? So actually we identified representatives of indigenous peoples where there is a weak engagement at the national level to make sure that, at least the regional space, provide that kind of space for them to talk to their CBD focal point. So we're trying different approach to make sure that the gap of engagement that's there, which is very important, which is really at the heart of the GBF, is actually be undertaken. So yeah, I think the different regions have different approach, but then I think one point that I would like to stress before concluding is like the IPBES assessments, the findings and report has been very useful in our policy advocacy work. But then I think we need to further reflect that how can we also utilize those findings and recommendations to influence the national level policy engagement and discussion, because that's where the gap is. And I think if we did not put enough effort, time to really change the situation and the gaps at the national level, we might be repeating the same failure and mistakes that you have highlighted. And I think we don't have time to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lakba. I'm so sorry. Thank you very much for this presentation. And next we have Piero Genovesi from the IUCN Invasive Specialist Group, who will continue looking into what stakeholders and the GBF have to do together through the specific lens of Target 6. So over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's really a pleasure to be here with you. I'm really pleased to see the interest that there is on the assessment on invasive alien species. So I really hope that during the week we will work together to improve the assessment and to adopt it. And I hope that this will become a milestone for improving action on invasive alien species. First of all, I would thank the organizers of this event for giving us the opportunity to talk together about the role of indigenous people and the local communities as stakeholders in the global action to protect biodiversity, because this is essential for protecting the livelihood of many communities around the world. And I think IUCN, that is the co-organizer of this day, has a long history in providing a space for all communities, for experts, for decision makers to dialogue. And this is, everybody say the same today. This is essential for having an effective policy on the environment to protect biodiversity. So I think it's important to say that we all need to work together, and IUCN has a long tradition in trying to help in this direction. I just remember that IUCN is an organization with members from over 160 countries around the world. There are many experts involved. My network, the network of people that I chair, that is the Invasive Species Specialist Group, has over 200 people, but there are 15,000 experts contributing voluntarily to the work on the protection of the environment. And we believe that this common ground is essential, because we will not solve the environmental crisis only with legislations and policies. We also need to have the society on our side. So we welcome very warmly the work done by the IPBES on invasive species, because IUCN has been concerned for many years on the impact that invasive species have on biodiversity. So many of the alarms that were circulated over the years about the need to address more effectively this threat came from the data that we compiled over the years. For example, the red list showed that a very high number of threatened species around the world were impacted seriously by invasive alien species. And so in many occasions, we try to call the global community to develop more stringent policies on this issue. And we worked in strict coordination with the CBD for many years. I just remind you the definition under the CBD. So invasive alien species are those species introduced by a human agency outside their natural range, threatening biological diversity. This is in a decision on 2002. But over the years, we tried to work together to raise awareness on this threat that is still now still there is a very limited awareness in many sectors of the society. And we know that we heard many stories today. We all know that invasive species not only affect biodiversity, but also impact the health, the agriculture, forestry, fishery, the livelihood of many communities around the world. So this is a threat that affects our lives all over the globe, and this is something that requires a common action to be limited and contained. So we have worked for long on this issue. So the specialist group that I'm honored to chair has been established in 1993. And now we have over 200 experts from about 50 countries around the globe, but with a much broader community of experts contributing information, support, advices on all different aspects involved in invasive species management. We also implemented the very first database on invasive alien species, and we have supported many organizations, including CBD, the European Union, and many other international organizations, trying to provide key information on invasive species, the way they arrive in our countries, the impacts they cause, how they can be managed, and so on. So we developed, for example, the Global Invasive Species Database, the Global Register of Introduced and Invasive Species. And we welcome very warmly the decision of the IPBES to develop an assessment, a specific assessment on invasive alien species, because we believe that improving the information that were available at the start of the work with the amount of effort that you heard this morning about from the three co-chairs will be essential. So we need information, we need a serious assessment to guide action in the future. Many of the experts that have been involved in the assessment are also members of the IUCN and of the ISSG, and we have provided the information we had that have been a source of data for the assessments, but of course, they've been complemented with many more information that have been compiled by the incredible group of experts that have worked over the years at this assessment, and I've been involved in the assessment, so I really thank the incredible enthusiasm and the leadership of the three co-chairs in making this assessment possible. So I just would like to remind that sustainable development requires action on invasive species, not only on other actions. And at the same time, also from the stories we heard today, We know that controlling invasive species can help preventing impacts on many other aspects of sustainable development, for example, providing clean water, protecting species from extinction, improve also the life of many communities and preventing hunger, health, and poverty. So all things are connected. This is the final message from the SDG. And IUCN has worked to support the work toward the Sustainable Development Goals. We are the official custodians of the UN indicator on invasive species policy response. And we believe that working at this issue will help not only biodiversity, but also many other elements of the life of the local communities. So we heard about Target 6 that have been adopted under the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. It includes some very important keywords. We need to work on prevention by identifying the pathways of arrival for working to prevent the arrival of the most dangerous invasive species. We need to control and eradicate more effectively invasive species, especially in some areas that are particularly vulnerable to invasions. And very often these areas are areas where local communities are strongly affected by this threat. As I said, also for the GBF, controlling invasive species can contribute to many other targets of the GBF, for example, preventing extinctions, just to make one of the many possible examples. But we know that there are many challenges to arrive to an effective action against invasive species. We need more awareness, we need more tools, we need stronger policies, we need more data and information. And we believe that the assessment could help filling these gaps and to raise awareness in the global community on the need to work on this issue. So I think that the challenge is now to adopt a strong assessment, and then the real challenge that I hope will involve all the local communities and indigenous peoples will be to encourage decision makers to enforce more ambitious policies on invasive species, because this is essential to protect our globe, not only the environment, but also our life. And at the same time, invasive species are strictly linked to our behaviors more than other aspects of biodiversity threat. So we need together to develop more responsible behaviors, and this can be done also voluntarily by working together, raising the awareness of the different sectors of the society. And this is why I really welcome a dialogue with indigenous people and the local communities, because decision makers alone will not solve the problem. We need to work jointly at this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Piero. This was very, very insightful. And now we still have to talk about the monitoring framework of the GBF and what other work there still is to do and where IPBES can help. And for that, we have online Natasha Ali from the UNEP World Conservation Monitoring Center. Natasha, over to you.
Thanks so much. Hello, everyone. Unfortunately, I can't see you, and I regret not being able to be there today, but thankfully I can do this online. And as our host has kindly said, I'm just going to talk about the monitoring framework for the Global Biodiversity Framework and the potential inputs from other stakeholders. Next slide, please. So the monitoring framework was adopted at COP15 in decision 15/5. And it's a way of monitoring implementation of the Global Biodiversity Framework. The way it's laid out is there are various categories of indicators, and I'm sure all of you are aware. There are headline indicators which provide an overall scope of the target or goal, corresponding goal or target, and they should be used by countries for planning and reporting processes at a national scale. And they can also be used for communication purposes regionally and globally. And there are also component and complementary indicators, which can be used alongside those headline indicators that would provide a more in-depth analysis of progress towards each of the goals and targets. And this is also supplemented by global level indicators that could be compiled at the national level and might be based on somewhat binary responses, sort of yes/no responses. And that's not to say that countries will use whatever means they need to monitor implementation of the global biodiversity framework. And we very much expect to see national level indicators adopted alongside these categories. Next slide, please. And so this is how it looks. This is the monitoring framework laid out, as I said, for each of the goals and targets. There's a selection, or in some cases, none at all, headline indicators, and then component and complementary indicators that can be used as required by countries. Next slide, please. But actually, the reality of this is not as it seems on paper, because 26 of those headline indicators were adopted at COP. 12 are available and ready for use now, but 21 will need a little bit of further work. And so it's worth noting that there is a key role for the scientific and technical community in helping to further define those other indicators, the headline indicators. It's also worth noting that the headline indicators will not ever fully capture all of the full scope of the goals and targets that were adopted under the Global Biodiversity Framework. And so it's very much expected that other measures should be used in order to provide a true picture of progress towards the goals and targets. And in many cases, as I've said, countries will need to use, at least in the interim, other measures for national actions and outcomes. Next slide, please. And so here I wanted to talk a little bit about what potential inputs could be provided to help with monitoring the Global Biodiversity Framework. And so as previously mentioned, there are various groups and ways of inputting into CBD processes, and one of which is this ad hoc technical expert group that was established at COP15, and that's a selection of politically appointed country expert groups, 30 representatives from parties and 15 representatives from observer organisations, mandated to work on COP16 to provide further technical advice on those indicators. And indeed, they're looking at the elements of all of the headline indicators and to provide further advice to parties. And as Marianela said, there is a process, a discussion forum which is established for the RTEG, in which anybody, technical and scientific inputs can be provided. And I encourage all to look at the submission portal there, the discussion forum for the RTEG, and to see the sorts of discussions going around on the indicators. So there's the key role there in the RTEG for representatives for the scientific and technical community. But further to that, and I guess a plug for the task force of which I'm involved, for example, the Data and Knowledge Task Force can provide information and knowledge on the types of other measures and indicators that are used through IPBES assessments, and the types of national ecosystem assessments based on, for example, the NEA initiative, can help to inform national indicators that will help to monitor implementation to MBSAPs. So I think there's also a key role, I can't remember which speaker talked about the key role of organisations and individuals engaging with national focal points and trying to assist with national monitoring that will happen under the CBD, and to provide support, data and information to those national assessments that are helping to show progress towards the Global Biodiversity Framework. Next slide, please. I wanted to talk about the process by which we will see progress towards the Global Biodiversity Framework, not just this decade, but sort of going up to the 2050 vision on biodiversity. But here we've outlined the implementation of the Global Biodiversity Framework over time to 2030, and we know now that countries are starting to work on realigning their national biodiversity strategies and action plans where appropriate to the Global Biodiversity Framework, and they will be looking at the monitoring elements of that and how they're going to measure their national progress. And so there's a potential role for scientific and technical inputs there. But of course there will be, and IPBES has always played a key role in the global review of collective progress, which will happen towards COP17 and again to COP19. And IPBES has always played a key role in providing key assessments that help us to show the global progress and the thematic progress towards the Global Biodiversity Framework in this instance. Next slide, please. And I just wanted to mention the other way that IPBES is liaising, I guess, with biodiversity indicators in general, and the way that we're monitoring. IPBES is a part of, and we are working closely through the Biodiversity Indicators Partnership, which is a partnership of over 70 partner organisations representing 80 biodiversity indicators, and it has a role in supporting the global biodiversity, the CBD, in helping to implement the global biodiversity framework and indeed the monitoring framework. Next slide, please. And then finally, I just wanted to flag a couple of key initiatives where, again, I think there is a key role for stakeholders to provide inputs and scientific and technical advice on monitoring. So I've already outlined the one political process, the ad hoc technical expert group on indicators. And I haven't mentioned, of course, the informal advisory group on technical and scientific cooperation, which has now just issued a notification on asking for organisations to nominate regional or sub-regional technical and scientific cooperation centres. And I think this is the key way, again, to think about how we are providing scientific and technical advice to the CBD and the convention. A couple of key projects that are going to be drawing from this sort of evidence and scientific work is through the GEF Early Action Support Grant, which is a project that goes out to all GEF eligible countries and provides advice on implementation in order to prepare countries for implementation of the Global Biodiversity Framework. And that project is going to be drawing on the scientific expertise of this community, of this scientific community. And another example I've put there is a Horizon Europe project. And then two key projects that are going to just start now are the MBSAP Accelerator Partnership, which will be helping countries to implement their MBSAPs, and the BIP National Support to National Monitoring Initiative, which will start later this year, where we'll be drawing from scientific and technical experts to help with monitoring at the national level. And the information and advice that we collate through these various projects and initiatives and processes can be made available through something like a global knowledge support service for biodiversity. Next slide, please, where inputs such as IPBES are absolutely critical to streamline the sorts of information and advice that we're giving to countries. And we heard at COP15 a great call from countries to better be able to enhance the way that they're able to access scientific and technical information, and to be able to verify it for its use at national level. And here we've laid out a possible mechanism to improve the flow of data and information to countries to help decision making, particularly around the CBD. We'll make this slide available to all if anybody wants to look at the detail that we're proposing in this potential mechanism to streamline information. Next slide, please. Thanks so much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha. Thank you to all our speakers. It's really exciting to see that there is so much space available for stakeholder engagement surrounding GBF in IPBES, in CBD, and in the entire ecosystem all around. So now I'd like to open the floor to questions to all of you in the room and online. Please raise your hand or write your question in the chat if you're online. I see one question in the back there.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm Callie Broadus from Reserve of the Youth Land Trust, an NGO in the US with international youth. And I was curious about something that was mentioned, I think from the IIFB, about many Indigenous peoples and local communities who don't speak English. And I think something that I was concerned about with this meeting was that the virtual option didn't involve translation. And I wondered if there was a barrier that the organizers faced and how we might be able to overcome that for the next IPBES plenary to enable more local language or other UN languages for virtual participation.
Thank you for this. Would you like to take the question? Or I can take some of it if you like.
I think it was more for the organizer, right?
Indeed, we try to reserve the question for the speakers, but I can quickly answer on this. Stakeholder Day is a day by and for stakeholders. And when we mean by stakeholders, it means actually organized by stakeholders. There's a project team from both the self-organized networks, ONET, IPBES, who get together, plan the day's agenda from requests come from stakeholders. There are consultations ahead of time to know what interests you to speak about today. Stakeholder Day is not part of plenary. The logistics beyond the venue, which is provided by IPBES, the logistics of the day are provided by stakeholders. Unfortunately, this year we weren't able to plan for interpretation, but this is something that we, as the Stakeholder Day project team, are very much aware of and would love to have support from different stakeholders for next year. So we look forward to anyone who wants to help out with that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Do we have something online, perhaps? No. All right, well, I'm a terrible singer, so I won't give you a song and dance. I'll just thank our wonderful speakers for this session. We will close a little bit ahead of time. Thank you very much. And I will hand over to our next session moderator.
Our next session gives us a whirlwind tour through some of the latest technologies in service of biotechnology and service of biodiversity. Let's welcome the IPBES Task Force on Data and Knowledge and the IPBES Technical Support Unit on Data and Knowledge. Janina, yes, Janina, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Shanina Sika. I will be moderating this session on advanced data technologies within IPBES. And our goal with this session is to highlight the use of advanced technologies in the context of IPBES and in the production of IPBES products. But we will also like to talk about the challenges with using these technologies and with sharing these data-intensive products. We will have 3 presentations today that will hopefully inspire a little bit the discussion and questions regarding how we as stakeholders can use these data-intensive products. First, we will hear from Dr. Rainer Kroh from University of Zurich, who will tell us about the importance of having a very ambitious knowledge and data policy within IPBES and why data and knowledge management needs to be based in open science and careful handling of indigenous knowledge. Then I will show some examples on how different advanced technologies have been used in IPBES products. And I will share a little bit about how we are currently sharing and delivering some of those products. Of course, following the core principles in our policy. And finally, Dr. Aydin Niamir from Senckenberg Society for Nature Research will continue to talk a little bit more about how platforms such as IPBES should choose technical solutions and how to apply them. So I hope you enjoy the show and we live up to the expectations from you from the other sessions, which were amazing. So we'll do our best. So Rainer, would you like to come here? Or you can sit. Please.
Welcome everybody to our presentations, and as Janina pointed out, I'm going to start to talk about a little bit about the management of knowledge and data in IPBES. Some of you, probably most of you, will consider management of data and data policies quite a dry issue. So I thought, why not take a slightly different approach? And I'm going to start with two quotes from a book by Douglas Adams, The Hitchhiker Guide to the Galaxy. If you haven't read it yet, read it. It is definitely worth it. The first one is, isn't it enough to see that a garden is beautiful without having to believe that there are fairies at the bottom of it too? So unless I'm in the wrong convention, we have nothing to do with gardens, with gardening landscape. So what does that quotation has to do here? Well, it essentially says, if it's not enough to see that something is beautiful without knowing what is happening at the bottom. And you can translate that nicely to the problem of data and results. If you just replace the garden with results and the fairies with data, isn't it enough to see that the result is beautiful without having to believe that there is data at the bottom of it, and data which you can find and reuse? And depending on the situation, you're on the one camp or in the other camp. I personally think it is nice to know that there's data and be able to reuse it. The second quote is, that's small. Okay, I like PowerPoint, you know. It says, on display, I eventually had to go down to the cellar to find them. That is a display department, with a flashlight. Ah, well, the lights had probably gone. So had the stairs. But look, you found the notice, didn't you? Yes, said Arthur. Yes, I did. It was on display at the bottom of a locked cabinet, stuck in a disused lavatory with a sign on it, which was saying, beware of the leopard. So it was well hidden. That quotation is about finding plans for a highway, which they wanted to build through Arthur's house. But it also shows how difficult it is to find information. And again, you can translate that nicely to the situation of data and knowledge in the past, which was normally handled a lot. So if you translate it, it says on display, eventually you had to go to the cellar to find the data. That's the data department with a flashlight. Oh, well, the lights had probably gone. So at the stairs, but look, you found the data, didn't you? Yes, said Arthur. Yes, I did. It was in the bottom of a locked file cabinet stuck in the disused lavatory with a sign which was saying, beware of the leopard. You can translate it with the simple statement, which the scientists among us probably have heard already or read several times, data upon request. Okay, but then something beautiful happened. Two fairies came to the world, two beautiful and wise fairies. And due to some research, I was able to find the names of these two fairies, which were Fairy and Carrie. And they are probably more well known for what they brought into the world, which were the two principles how to deal with data, which is the FAIR principle and the CARE principle. Fairy argued, you might guess it's the FAIR principles, that data should be available to everybody. Everybody should be able to use the data, reuse it, however they want to reuse the data, and it should be available in formats that everybody can do so. She was more the scientific one. Good or bad, doesn't matter. On the other side, you had Carrie, which said, oh, but just wait. She was more looking at people owning the data, indigenous people, local communities, And he was saying, look, there's lots of data and knowledge available, which people don't want to share, and they have good reasons to share. It's their secrets, their secret sites, sacred sites. They can't share. So we need ways of dealing with that, of satisfying these people, satisfying their needs. We can't make everything open. It's also about benefit for them. It's age-long knowledge which they compiled over time, which is used by other people without giving anything back to the indigenous people, to the communities. So we have to find something, a compromise really, to deal with it. And they were arguing for a long time how these two principles can be reconciled. And they finally found a solution. Unfortunately, they didn't tell us. So we had to do the work ourselves, and you can find one approach or one result from that work outside on a poster, which is looking at that question, can data be fair and careful? Where we looked at exactly that question. Where are the points where they differ, contradict each other? How can we align them? Where is work which needs to be done? So, based on that knowledge, and these two ferries inspired us a lot, we decided to implement a policy for IPBES, the Data and Knowledge Management Policy. And that codified for IPBES the whole of handling of data following the two principles of fair and care. So all data within IPBES needs to be handled following the fair and care principles. It was welcomed by the plenary in IPBES 9, which is, I think, quite an achievement to have it welcomed, not only acknowledged. It is with fair and care principles as the foundation of all data handling in IPBES. And it applies to all IPBES products which are generated, and IPBES products and data products, these are the assessments, and each single piece of information, each graph in the assessments. And we are also, the TSU is also working on publishing existing data from previous assessments to follow these principles. So they are working backwards really to make the data and products of IPBES as fair and care as possible. Another player in that field is the UNESCO, which essentially took these principles, and combined them to their recommendation on open science. They're not, and the goal is open science is aiming to make multilingual scientific knowledge openly available, I can't see it on this monitor, accessible and reusable for everyone, to increase scientific collaborations and sharing of information to the benefit of science, that's fair, and society, to open the process of scientific knowledge creation, evaluation, and communication to societal actors beyond the traditional scientific community, and that's care. So you have fair and care in the open science principles. They are also advocating for open methods, that all methods are open. And in IPBES, we found that compromise a little bit along the lines that we said that knowledge and data should at least be findable. So you have to be able to find the data, know where the data is, but not necessarily be able to access it, because that's a different story that is related to care. And unfortunately, at the moment, still some source data which is used in IPBES is not open data yet. So it has to be at least findable. So why open science in advanced data technology session? Well, IPBES needs to be transparent, and open science requires new and advanced approaches. So if you want to implement open science, you need open approaches, advanced open approaches. And to be transparent, these complex approaches need to be handled extremely careful and need to be especially fair and care and open. And that all is done to make the IPBES products transparent, to keep them transparent. In other words, to keep up their quality. It is no way that these principles or the policy, and that's one underlying principle which came up always during the discussions of the policy. The quality of IPBES products is paramount. The policy will increase the quality, not decrease it. And fair and care are the foundation of current workflows within IPBES and also further developments with these advanced technologies in IPBES. So it's the groundwork, the foundation of all work in IPBES. So that sounds great. And now that Ferry and Carey have completed their mission, everybody can get the knowledge and data and reuse it, and everybody lived happily ever after. The end. But wait, I think there's something that's still sitting at the end, which is a little bit devil, which is bringing ideas into all of our heads, and even mine from time to time. Don't worry about it. These ideas resonate with everybody who's working in open science. They are always asking themselves these questions. For example, open science is too much work. And it is a little bit more work, but I usually like to say good statistics when you're working in science is a hell of a lot of work. And everybody's used to doing that work of good statistic. So why not work on that? Open science becomes part of scientific work like statistics. And on the other hand, if you plan it from the beginning, it's not that much more work. For whom is it anyway? For whom am I doing the work? Well, the one answer is for yourself. I don't think that many scientists are able to go back after 20 years to their data, first find it, second can read it, and third understand it to do some more work with it. So if you're publishing your data, if you're documenting it, you can reuse it in 30 years' time because you've documented it properly, it is maintained, and it is not corrupted. So everybody can use the knowledge and data and code and do whatever they want. Well, in principle, but only in principle because they're the care principles. There are certain rules and regulations to limit that everybody can use it and do whatever they want. What if I want to reanalyze the knowledge and data myself when I have no projects in line? Come on, have you seen a scientist who has no projects in line? I don't think that many will go back to their data from 20 years ago. And that one is the final one which comes up each time you're talking about data, but my data is confidential, and they usually say it with a smile in their face, ha, I found it. So it can't be done, which is absolutely not true. Just look at medicine, psychology. They're using extremely confidential data. Medical data is probably most confidential data and private data you can find. And there are ways of making data they work with available for further research. Anonymizing. Data can be anonymized. On the other hand, you can store a public version of your data, which is heavily anonymized, and then have the other one archived as well, but with closed access. So there are ways of dealing with this. So there are quite a few more arguments, which I have no time going into it. And I would say if we are all working on defeating that little devil or showing arguments that he's wrong or she is wrong, I don't know, then we will finally manage to come back to that nice fairyland with open and accessible data. And there's also that rabbit. If you want to know its name, I don't know, but we can talk about it later. Thank you.
Thank you, Rainer. That was a great presentation. Okay, so hi again. Now this time I will introduce myself. I'm Janina Thika. I said that before. I'm a researcher at Senckenberg Biodiversity and Climate Research Center and at the University of Gießen. And I am also working for the technical support unit within IPBES that provides support regarding data and knowledge management. But before I got so interested in data, I started my professional life as a field biologist. I'm from Argentina, so I spent a lot of summers and springs collecting biodiversity data and agricultural data in the fields in Argentina. And at that point, I became really interested in, oh, sorry, I never presented that because that's a nice image of one of the field works that I did. And when I was doing all that field work, I started getting really interested in maps and how to use map as tools to communicate a message or something about biodiversity. And while using those maps, that's a map from one of the area that I used to work in Argentina in a big wetland area. While I was producing these maps, I also started to get interested in what data was feeding these maps. And so I learned a lot about big data and finding ways to communicate about global biodiversity data. And now I use some of these technologies in my daily life. And for this talk, I wanted to share two sides. I wanted to share with you my experience as a user of IPBES products, but also as a member of the technical support unit. And when I was preparing these slides, I asked myself this question: is IPBES or IPBES products taking advantage of the current advances in data technologies? There's advances every day. This is a growing science. Impressive techniques are out there. Are we taking advantage of all that? And in short, a little bit of a spoiler alert, my short answer is yes. And I will try to convince you of that with some examples. So I hope I do. So a little bit on the data technologies that have been used so far within the assessments. First of all, IPBES assessments set the bar really high regarding data, not only gathering immense amounts of data available, but also analyzing it and producing science-based, really good science-based products. We all know that. And I'm pretty sure you're familiarized with this figure. This comes from the summary for policymakers of the global assessment. And it says something, for instance, the first line, it says that natural ecosystems have declined by 47% on average. And I remember reading the assessment and seeing these figures and being so amazed about how experts came up with these numbers on the status of nature. And I used this, not only these figures, but these values, the content of the IPBES assessment in my research, in my papers, in classes, in conversations with other people. But now that I'm leaving the behind the scenes on how all this information is gathered and synthesized and how these assessments are produced, I can tell you the amount of hours and experts and minds and technical power that is required to summarize these values. This is another example from the global assessment. Basically, with this one, I would just want to show that over 150 different metrics to describe the socio-ecological system has been analyzed in a little piece of the global assessment. And that's already very impressive. And the experts of the assessments are not only using quantitative data, so values and metrics that are already available out there, but they also need to find information from the literature or from different sources. In research articles, but also reports, books, stories, indigenous knowledge coming from the dialogues. And many of the experts do this search in a systematic way that can be redone anytime. And in this figure, I show a very nice tool, the valuation atlas that came out of the values assessment. And in this atlas, is a compilation of close to 80,000 articles and reports and different materials about different methods of evaluating nature. And what's interesting about this tool is that, of course, it's part of the assessment and you can read it in the assessment, but it's also a standalone tool that people can download, revise, reanalyze, take little pieces and use for their own work. So it's a completely separate thing if you want it, or it can be part of the assessment. Don't get scared about this figure. I will not try to explain it. This is just to show some of the complexity of the analysis and the workflows and the protocols in some of the assessment. This figure is taken from the scenarios, the scenarios and models assessment. And it's also a good example of how different tools come out of the assessment, like the Nature Future frameworks that provides support to generating scenarios for how do you say it? Favorable scenarios. And so for now, I hope you were familiarized with some of the products that I've shared, but now I would like to share some insights of what's coming. And this is the part that I mostly enjoy because that's what I do on my daily basis. A lot of the experts right now in the current assessments are using state-of-the-art geospatial technologies. So they are using data that is specifically located and associated to a certain point, like part of the information on the global assessment that I was sharing before. But these techniques of geospatial analysis allow the experts to combine and integrate data that is of very different types. Like, for example, one can think of these different types of information as layers. And the first layer, it could be, for instance, primary biodiversity information, so where species occur. Or a second or fourth layer could be very complex climatic models. Another layer could be government or governmental information, or at the national level, information on health or on population. And so these tools allow us to integrate all this data and to assess interactions. And that's something that's coming. Another part of the work that current experts are doing is including network analysis and text mining. These are like some crazy techniques that create diagrams or figures like this, which are basically trying to relate different pieces of information or different sources of information. And I'm just showing these cool, crazy figures, just to share that these analyses are complex, and these analyses take time and take a lot of people time and computer time. And that's why IPBES has a dedicated technical support unit to support experts on data and knowledge management. And I've been working in this technical support unit, which is hosted by Senckenberg. And it's really nice, all the requests that we get and the questions that we get and how we can interact very closely with the authors developing some of these techniques. And so far, I've been talking about the production of IPBES products and of certain pieces of the IPBES products, right? Like on top of the assessments themselves. But now I would like to talk a little bit more about the different techniques that are being used, or technologies, sorry, that are being used to deliver the products. And the first thing that I will be referring to are the references. So every information, every little piece of knowledge or resource that has been used in IPBES assessment has to have a reference or a citation so that data providers can be acknowledged and that their data has been used in the assessment. And for that, we are using an open tool, an open reference manager, Sotero, that exactly does that, allows us to manage the thousands of references. I just read a tweet earlier today that the invasive assessment has over 13,000 references in the entire assessment. So we need a tool that helps us manage that. The second aspect is part of what Rainer was telling us, is that we need to have access to the way we do things. So the methodologies or the protocols behind the data products that we share and produce. And for that, we are using a software development tool. It's called GitHub. Not sure if many people are familiarized with this tool, but it's really nice because you can share exactly what you did to generate a result, to get a value, or to create a figure, what colors you use, what values were supporting that figure. And so in 10 years' time, if I want to reproduce all those trends that we were seeing in the global assessment, we can do it. We have the means to do it. We have the protocols. We just update the data, or could even use the same data and recreate those trends in any place and in our home or for our work. So that's the power that this type of tools have. And if you are that kind of like data or coder person, please follow us on GitHub. This is our user, the technical support unit user. And finally, the final delivery of products is done in Zenodo. In Zenodo, you can find the assessment reports, so the assessment itself, but also you can find tables, figures, detailed descriptions of the methodology used, some data sets like the values at the values atlas that I showed before, and any other IPBES product. I have a question for you. Have you ever used Zenodo, not related to IPBES, but have you ever downloaded any data set, any report, any, I don't know, article from Zenodo? Can you lift your hands? Okay, many of you have done it, great. And can you keep your hands up if you downloaded any part of an IPBES assessment? So any data management report, figures that you reused for another reports or tables with the raw data. Great, okay, I see some hands up. Okay, this is great because this is the whole purpose of what we are doing. Sharing not only the report and getting these amazing figures and sharing those 47% the experts found, but also the little pieces that accompany the reports. Okay, to finish, I hope I convinced you that advanced data technologies are extensively used in IPBES products. Sorry, every time I I turn, the microphone does a weird thing. But I hope I have convinced you of that. And that their use is growing, and every new assessment surprises us with new techniques and new things to learn. And that IPBES experts are using the latest available data and knowledge out there. And the main key message that I would like you to have is that you can also take advantage of that wealth of knowledge that is being integrated in IPBES assessment by the experts. And you can take little pieces and adapt it and you reuse it for your own work or for your own activities. So thank you so much. And now I'll give the floor to Aideen.
Hi, thanks a lot. Technology is a race. And in this race, many actors are competing. They pursue their own agenda and to beat the others and win the race. And they will do, based on what they have, they will whatever to win the race. But we, IPBES, as a multilateral intergovernmental platform, we should find our way. My name is Aideen Niamir. I'm a scientist at Senckenberg Society for Nature Research. I've been working with several national and international institutes and projects dealing with data and knowledge, specifically in data and models in biodiversity. And since 2019, I had the honor of working with the task force of IPBES on knowledge and data and supporting them with the technical support unit. So today, I would like to touch upon a few points that I found it of a great value when in a platform like IPBES, we would like to select technologies. And I hope this presentation would help us to further discuss during the week and to be able to hopefully convince you and also promote some inputs when you are going to your breakouts for your statements. So my colleagues already discussed a bit about the policy and also about the applications of advanced new technology, AI in IPBES, but I'm going to talk about it in more general sense. And I would like to talk about how we choose and how we should apply our tools. Technology develops daily. And among the actors, some like academia has the luxury of time. They do trial and error. They find a way in this competition. Some like industry, it's more like a commercial use. They have the money and resources. But in IPBES or in platforms like IPBES, we have none of them. We cannot waste the resources and we do not have the time for trial and error. So therefore, we should select the technologies that already passed their trial period and already well established. Furthermore, we are dealing with various actors. The responsibility of such a platform is quite big and the impact is also consequently different. So I would say we are playing in totally different league at different scale. We should sail moderately and steady when choosing our solutions. We should consider needs, capacity, resources of our team, of our players, of our actors, and then adopt accordingly. Okay, now that we know what we want, and now we know how to select our technology and solutions, there is also important to consider other aspects. The fact is that technology really goes beyond codes, scripts, ChatGPT, and there is one important thing that is being ignored most of the time is how to use it. So selection is another side, but then now we select that, how we are going to use that. This how should be consistent with our ethical and principles of data and knowledge management. There are very good resources prepared by UN and UNESCO, articulates the principles that need to be taken into account when selecting tools, technical advanced tools, data tools for platforms like IPBES. I really encourage you to look at these two resources. They are very, very nicely wrap up the principles. I'm not going to dive into these principles, just randomly, I will pick one. For example, the non-discrimination part. As we know, or you might know, most of these artificial intelligent models, they are trained by a biased data. So when something is trained on a biased data, the output would be biased. So we need to get most of these tools, but being informed about what are the consequences, what are the pitfalls, and to select it wisely. Another resource that I would like to introduce here is the very good resources of the Global Panel on Artificial Intelligence. They did a very nice job going through the biodiversity sector, looking at opportunities and recommendations. And they found out, okay, in biodiversity, there are many opportunities, for example, for use of AI. But then we need to have a roadmap to use and to get most of these tools. And as you know, IPBES, although it's always one foot in biodiversity, but we have also Nexus approach to looking at water, climate, health, values, other disciplines. So if a platform like IPBES would like to select and use tools, they should consider multidisciplinary consideration and recommendations. All we said is that how we select and apply our tools, but it's a big challenge. It's a very difficult challenge to implement a new technology in a platform. For example, there is always a resistance to change. All the change need to justify. As soon as we try to add a new tools, a new technology, a new technology, there is always a resistance to accept that change. So that change need to be justified. And if we go, as we said, sail moderately and steadily, we can make sure that, okay, we will go with the speed and pace of the platforms. So we have everyone on board and no one left behind. Integration issue is very important. Sometimes you set up things from scratch. That is much more easier than you have something, some process in work, and you would like to integrate it in another thing. So things need to be done with the patience and with the more like long-term vision on applications. And last, there is always insufficient training and support. Insufficient training for the potential users and the potential stakeholders of the technology, and also insufficient support from the service provider and technology provider. So with that, I would like to wrap up my presentation, and I would like to encourage you, when you break out to your ONET and IPBES meetings to wrap up this statement, keeping in mind that in IPBES, it's very important to have always a continuous feedback from your side, first of all, to prioritize what technology we need to adopt and what are the needs. So I've just decided to change a bit my topic of presentation a few weeks ago, because I thought there is sometimes a rush to dive into the technology, sometimes driven by tech-savvy groups. They propose, they push that, okay, let's do this, let's try that one. But Based on experiences, I recommend, and then I would like to encourage you also to consider the moderate and steady application of technology in the work of the platform. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Before we start the Q&A part, and I encourage you to ask questions and interact, I would like to thank Renske Gude, which is a colleague in our technical support unit and has provided a lot of feedback on this presentation. Maybe a question for you. Are we in the fairyland that the Rainer put out there, or we're still in the walled garden? How do you feel? Well, with that, I'll open the floor or the microphone to anybody that has any comments or questions, suggestions. Yes, I see a person there, please.
Thank you. It's Tim Hirsch from GBIF, Global Biodiversity Information Facility. Thank you very much for the presentations. I would first of all just like to commend the work that the task force and the technical support unit has been doing in this area, because I think there have been tremendous advances in the approach of IPBES, as provoked and encouraged by this task force, in moving closer to genuinely open and fair data. I would love to say that we were already in the fairyland. I think we're nearly there. I just wanted to perhaps put out one challenge regarding how we could potentially be moving a little bit closer to a fully open and transparent stream of attribution, not just, if you like, from the conclusions and the content of the assessment to the indicators on one hand, and the literature systematically analyzed using the kind of techniques that we've heard about, but actually perhaps drilling down even further in terms of the transparency of the data that is informing the literature that then informs the assessment. And as you'll be aware, and because we've had conversations particularly with IDIN about this, GBIF for some time has developed a system whereby we can efficiently track the original providers or publishers of data through to the onward uses of data if there's good citation in the science literature using DOIs, digital object identifiers, that enable the tracing of that use from the sharing of data through a platform such as GBIF, and then the citation of that data in the published literature. So my provocation or my suggestion is, can we actually go one stage further to the kind of analyses that we've heard described here? So you would be able to communicate and say to a scientific project or a natural history collection or a citizen science group that has shared its primary data through GBIF, that the data that they have shared and is then synthesized through GBIF, which then informs scientific research outputs, that those outputs can be directly linked to the IPBES products. So you can actually see that flow of data right from the primary surveys and the decision to share data through to the IPBES outputs. And I would just say that it seems complicated. In fact, a lot of the tools are already there. And I would say part of the reason why that could be very productive is it is then another encouragement for institutions to avoid those excuses of why they shouldn't share data, because they can demonstrate that investing in data sharing actually leads to supporting the IPBES outputs and therefore has those broader societal benefits. So I'd just be interested in any response to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any of you want to respond? I think you.
Thanks a lot, Tim. That's a very important topic. Traceability brings reliability and transparency. So every statement that in the coming days you are going to discuss and negotiate in this room and summary for policymakers is linked to subsection or chapter of the assessment, and every subsection or chapter of the assessments are supported by references. And these references, of course, goes beyond scientific publication. There are also other resources being used. So in IPBES scope, we have a very clear track from the statements and summary for policymakers to the references with DOE. But then there is a gap, and then we have stakeholders like GBIF. You have a full track from primary data tracking into publications that being used those primary data. So this is exactly the encouragement that we need to work on and bridge these small gaps. So as soon as we manage to just bridge these gaps and make the link, which in theory is possible, we just need to do it and to wrap up this, to bridge this gap. It means that immediately every statement in summary for policymakers can be tracked down to the original primary data. It could be coming from any NGOs, anyone collecting data in field, a group of local people, indigenous people contributing to the knowledge. So in return, that is also supporting the principles of benefit sharing or collective benefit in our principles for data management. So it means that at the end, those contribute really indirectly, they should also find a way to get the credit for that. So that is very important point. We are working on that, and I hope that in the coming years we can bridge that gap. And whenever IPBES publish an assessment, immediately it goes down to the original or the primary data that contributed to the references, that this reference has been uptaken by IPBES. I hope this clarifies your point. Yeah, thanks.
I think Rainer, you wanted to add something.
Yes, I think you've hit the nail on the head with that one, the question, Tim. IPBES can only be as open ultimately as the sources IPBES is using is open. So per definition, IPBES does not create any data. It is using existing data. It is integrating existing data. So if that data is not open, IPBES cannot be completely open down to the root. And it should be, it should definitely be. But the problem, or there are essentially two ways of approaching that one. First one is to say we are only using open sources anymore in IPBES, which is not feasible because then the quality will suffer tremendously within IPBES. There are too many sources still available, databases, literature, which are closed. And this is definitely not an option. The other approach is to start advocating, to start working on the front with the data publishers, to convince them to make data open, to find ways of making the data which is used by IPBES open, probably, let's say, at the lowest level with special agreements that data which is used by IPBES is openly available, even if the other data from the provider is closed. So we decided in the task force first to tackle the work which we can actually do, which is within IPBES with the policy. And this working towards making it more open from the data sources used by IPBES is one point, as Aidin already mentioned, on the agenda and requires still a lot of work.
I think there was another question around here. Okay, back there, yeah.
Thanks, Becky Chaplin-Kramer at WWF. I am really intrigued by the text mining and natural language processing that you touched on as sort of a way of
imagining like a revolution in literature analysis that probably will be used more and more in IPBES as a synthesis body. But I'm also curious, Aideen, you touched on the ethics of these new technologies, and I've read that this is incredibly energy intensive to do these types of processes. So what is IPBES's philosophy about carbon offsets or some way of dealing with that energy footprint? Thank you.
Thank you. Aideen, do you want to?
Thank you, Becky. Very, very important point. One of the principles that were listed in my presentation and raised by UN principles and followed by UNESCO is sustainability. So one of the criteria we have to take into account is sustainability of our solutions. We use so far in IPBES used and are using this natural language processing test mining more as a pilot for now to be able to assess all these aspects of such a tool. I think by the end of this week, when we have IAS out, then it will provide opportunity for the task force to wrap up a report for the consideration of MEP and Bureau, and hopefully later for plenary, on different aspects of these tools, so with some recommendations. And on that, maybe one of the points that we are now also dealing with experts is that to avoid just try and error, for example. We try to dive and work with experts, at least to skip few steps that we already know that, okay, we need to finish or to enhance this search term, or let's just start with a small pilot, look at the outputs, then extrapolate it to a huge data set. So there are tools and solutions to minimize the impact, and sustainability is definitely one of the criteria that a platform like IPBES should take into account when selecting the tools. Thanks a lot.
There's some questions on the.
I cannot see that.
I'll read the first. Thank you. I'll read the first one because it's shorter. How does IPBES plan on data interoperability?
It's okay if you go for a few questions, take them one.
Let me read it first
Yeah,
because
please.
it's a long one.
Okay. Then we can have also two from floor already there. Yeah. Can we have, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. So my name is Yassine Walili. I'm originally from the Kingdom of Morocco, but I'm with the delegation of AWF, African Wildlife Foundation. I have a question. So I know that IPBES is making a very good effort trying to link between science and governance. So the mapping and data visualization is very important tool. So the question is for the IPBES support and technique team. Are you planning to give like workshops and more details like events or virtual events to empower youth to know how to wisely use these tools? And I want to thank Madam Yanina for the tools that she shared with us. It will be very useful for our upcoming research. Thank you.
Yeah, coming back to the first question about the interoperability. Interoperability is a multi-layer thing, and it is probably from the four letters in FAIR the most difficult one, because it is, to start with, the most difficult one to grasp what actually is meant by it. So at the lowest level, we are, or IPBES is publishing the data and products in formats which can be read by different platforms which are open. So Excel files are out, CSV files are in, for example. PDFs are in, doc files are out or should be out. So These formats are openly documented. They can be read by everybody. You don't need any specific software for it. Everybody can use it without additional costs. So following on that, text files are the way to go, preferably in most instances. Then there's a standardization of the encoding, not using different encodings and special characters, which always cause problems on different systems. So that's the most basic layer of interoperability. And in my personal opinion, if that one is met, everybody can deal with it and you can be used on different systems relatively easily. So there are other questions with specialized formats which make it much more difficult to deal with. For example, spatial data is more difficult regarding interoperability, I would say. But on the general side, it is really using openly defined file formats which do not require special software.
Can I add something else there? By using the interface Zenodo, you can download multiple types, multiple formats. You can download the data in multiple formats. So that it's not necessarily addressing data interoperability between major data providers, but at least you can use the format that you're more comfortable with.
May I then, regarding the Morocco's comment, this is very important. And following some comments that we received from parties on the draft of the work plan of the task force, one of them was to increase collaboration between the task force on knowledge and data with capacity building task force. They are specialized in capacity building. So now in a new work program, the task force on knowledge and data is mandated to also support capacity building activities, not only, in matters relevant to data and knowledge. So hopefully in the coming days, this work plan will be approved and will be negotiated. And if that happens, we will organize some events in collaboration with capacity building task force to discuss different aspects of delivery of our products. Thanks.
Yeah, wow, there's multiple questions and I don't even know what time it is. Okay, let's have one more from the floor and then we can go through the chat. 10 minutes, okay.
Thanks.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Antonio Diaz de Leon, multidisciplinary expert panel from IPBES and from Mexico. Dr. Niamir, can you expand a bit on the concept of sustainability that you just phrased before as a cutoff limit, please? Thanks very much.
That's yeah. Let's go back to that. So UN set up a series of principles to when deal with the AI, that those principles need to be acknowledged or need to be observed. One of them is sustainability. When we are going to select a specific tool of AI or advanced data technology, one of the aspects that we try to consider and we report to MEP and Bureau is their impacts, their footprints. So if a process, if an application is costing environmentally, or if there is I don't know, we need to find the right criteria to report that. That would be part of the equation. So not only how good and how fascinating this tool or the tool that we are going to wrap up the report on the pilots, but also on the sustainability. And sustainability here specifically refers to the energy efficiency and footprint. So the second part of my response to Becky was that when we apply these techniques, and we work with authors based on our experience at our personal capacity, individual capacity. We try to work it in a way, for example, to start with a smaller pilot and then later on extrapolate it on a bigger database. I don't know whether this was something that you satisfies your question or you were following other, okay.
So there's also a question from Professor Bossi in the chat. It's more of it's saying that for years they have asked IPBES and CBD secretariats to make available and allow public or at least accredited observers to participate online in experts meeting and other task forces. And it tells about how the data analysis and knowledge generation process, it's very important for transparency, but I cannot identify a clear question that we can answer. So we can delegate this to Secretariat and they can talk about it. Another question that received one vote, I will share it, is how does IPBES verify that data provided is for real? Do you want to?
That's a very important point, I would say. But at the same time, it essentially is a misunderstanding that who is responsible for the assessments. The experts are writing the assessments. The experts ultimately are responsible for what is in the assessments, and the plenary is approving the assessment. IPBES is more or less facilitating the process of creating these assessments. There is no impact at all from the data TSU on what data the experts should use or should not use. There's no checking or anything done. There are ways of provided or discussed in the guidelines, for example, concerning retracted articles that they can be identified by the experts, but there is no way that the IPBES itself or the TSU is saying this data should not be used because of this and that reason. So IPBES is essentially not checking it unless it falls in really extreme categories.
It remains with experts.
Yeah, it remains with the experts.
It's 7 more minutes. And any other questions in the room? Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Polina. I'm indigenous person here. And just one clarification. When you're working with your data and knowledge, do you work with indigenous knowledge? And if yes, do you have some special tags or labels that this is indigenous knowledge and or data, and you have concerned use this data or include this to your system? Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Go for it.
Thank you very much. That's a very, very important question. On that matter, we work closely with the task force on indigenous local knowledge. So the part that as soon as we open the topic or we deal with indigenous local communities, then our partner is the task force on indigenous local knowledge. So after the dialogues, the text that is now in the free, prior, informed consent also now is 100% in line with what we have in policy. So now experts for the assessments are now exactly, if they want to use any knowledge coming from like indigenous people, local communities, they have to follow the guidelines that are already in place by the task force on ILK. And our policy at the moment, following by a protocol, kind of stops if our experts, for example, go and pick a scientific paper that deals with a lot of indigenous knowledge without having the community's consent. So this is a very close collaboration between the two task forces and then consequently two TSUs. So the policy of data and knowledge management of IPBES is being developed in a close collaboration with the ILK task force. So that's why the data and knowledge comes in one package for IPBES.
Sorry, we're running out of time and we've noticed several questions in the chat, so we can address them via email. In there you have the QR code for the presentations that have been uploaded, and in there you will find our email addresses. And so please share your comments and any other questions you have with us. And of course, we'll try to address the questions that are already in the chat there. So thank you so much for your active participation and for hearing from Data and Knowledge. Thank you.
So thank you, Raina, Aydin, and Janina for an amazing session. Following today's lineup of fascinating topics and wonderful speakers so far, we're about to welcome a very special guest to the stage. Please join us up here. Welcome, Ana Maria. We're delighted to have you here. I'm sure that you need no introduction. We wholeheartedly thank Ana Maria for her 2 terms as IPBES chair since 2019, and we wish you a successful plenary. Please, yours.
Okay, thank you. I felt like in my 15s, like a model, you know, coming to the podium. I'm really happy to be here with you in this Stakeholders Day. And it's a little bit sad for me because it's going to be my last Stakeholders Day. As you know, during this plenary, we are going to elect new bureau, including new chair. So until Saturday, I will be serving you. And after that, I sincerely hope that the new bureau and the new chair are going to be closer to this stakeholder community, which is basic, is at the heart of IPBES. So I'm going to say a couple of words that you already know. You know me. But I want just not to forget things. First, I know that you have been working very hard during all the day in the agenda for the plenary session. You are so enthusiastic, but most important, you are so rigorous and so serious in discussing things. So thank you very much for that. The agenda that you had today was fantastic, and many thanks for the excellent organization, to our colleagues at the IUCN, to our colleagues of ONET and IPBES. Really is fantastic always to work with you. And I see that is a wide range of stakeholders today, among whom there are already experienced ones that are IPBES members, IPBES delegates, IPBES experts, but also there are stakeholders that have not that experience. Maybe they're their first plenary session. So thank you very much for being here and to learn together what we are going to do. I want to draw your attention to the importance that represents this space for the continuous improvement of our joint construction of dialogue of knowledge. And when we say here, dialogue of knowledge, of different knowledge systems, we mean it. And you know that. Sometimes it's difficult, not only between knowledge systems, sometimes it's difficult even to talk and to dialogue with the persons with our own professional basis. So thank you. We are hearing building dialogues. And I share with all of you the need to have a much broader and more fluid communication during this plenary. I am personally at your disposal, and I want to tell you that when those of you that were with me during the last plenary session were witness that at the end of the session, I didn't give the floor to the stakeholders. We had a problem with the screens. So I saw that suddenly some NGO was taking the floor and disappeared, and I was a little bit confused. And then I received good recommendations coming from you, from the stakeholders, regarding the importance of participating, regarding to maintain these moments for all to express concerns, but also congratulations, your inputs, and everything that you need to express. So for this plenary, I will allow, and I'm totally sure that the stakeholders are going to have space for interventions, not only tomorrow, that you know that you always have the space for intervention, but also at the end of the plenary session. And so just a logistical situation. If you see that I am not giving you the floor, you can have the name that you have in front of your desk and make this. So you can wait, okay, if I not give you the floor. Thank you very much for working so hard throughout this intersessional period. I know that you attended the workshops. I know that you sent comments. You made really good reviews on the invasive alien species assessment, not only the chapters, but indeed all the comments, the construction of knowledge was fantastic. Thank you also for help us better think about the functionality of the task forces in developing their works, programs. Thank you also for discussing with us what may be the best priorities for the development of the program of work up to 2030. So I think that really you are a fundamental part of IPBES body. And as such, I want to give you a special recognition. Has been my honor to work with you during the past 4 years. And really, I recognize and I'm humbled with all the expertise, with all the knowledge, and with all the service that you are giving to the plenary. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to learn from you and with you during this time. I look forward to your interventions tomorrow, and congratulations for this Stakeholder Day, and congratulations to you. Thank you.
So thank you so much for your appreciation and support of our stakeholder community. And we ask you to stay with us for a moment for one of our next steps. If that's okay with you. So we've come to the end of today's sessions and have arrived at the most interactive part of today's program. We invite everyone to join in finalizing the ONET and IPBES stakeholder opening statements. So you have a decision to make. If you would like to work with IPBES on their opening statement, follow Peter and his companion, the lionfish. Peter, could you please stand up and show people yourself and the lionfish? Great. Okay. If you choose to work with ONET after we conclude here, please follow me and this fellow down, now up here, the ladybird. Okay. So, however, we first have 2 more steps to complete together. Firstly, please help us by filling in our survey and let us know what you've enjoyed today and what we would like to see at Stakeholder Day in future. The survey is very short, will only take you about 2 minutes, and it helps us a lot to best fit Stakeholder Day with stakeholders' needs. The QR code to the survey is shown here on screen, and it is also taped to the wall at the exit of the plenary in the back here. Then secondly, we invite everyone to feature in the group photo, including Anna Maria. Please join us. The photographer will be standing, oh yes, I see her, she's up there on the balcony. So if you come here to the front, in front of the stage at the bottom, you'll best feature in the photograph. Okay. Please come up front.
Colleagues, if you could please remove your badges. They don't look so good on the photograph and they tend to shine too much. Just take the badges off from around your neck. And if you can please make room for Anna Maria to get to the middle. I think she is, where is Anna Maria?
Can you ask the speakers to go forward?
She's coming.
Can you ask the speakers to make sure they're forward facing?
Also, if we could just make sure the people who were speakers on the program are somewhat visible. If you can sort of step forward a bit if you were a speaker, we'd like to have you in the front as well.
You need to put one more line there because that part is not appearing in the picture and that part also is not. It's just on.
All right, we're not going to get everybody in this frame. So those of you who are beyond the boundaries of the branding, if you're beyond the boundary of the branding, can you now come and stand in the front? Let's use the front for you because we're not going to fit you in the frame otherwise. If you are within the boundaries of the branding, please stay where you are. Don't come down.
Not everyone was.
And if you're quite short and you're in the back and we can't see you, come down to the front so we can see you. Push it behind you. Much better. Again, if you're wearing a badge, please take the badge off from around your neck. We would prefer not to have the badges in the photo. Can we get the invitation? Too far? All right, colleagues, those of you who are here, you're not in the picture, you need to come into the middle. So let's take you. Are we good? Thumbs up? All right, so colleagues, please look up towards the balcony. I'm going to get out of the picture in a second. You're going to get lots of chances to smile, and then we'll do maybe one sort of a more energetic one. Let's do one like this, and then we'll do a big one together. One moment.